Good morning. Welcome to the Faculty of Engineering orientation. All right. Firstly, I'm just trying to figure out why is everybody at the back? What's going on? Everybody at the front scaring you? Don't want to sit too close to your lecturer and your dean and stuff? Well, I mean, you're going to have to work with them eventually. I see Chancellor Hall is here. I don't see any other halls. So I don't know, commuters and a lot of other people. All right then guys, so for today what we're going to do is just going to go through some general stuff, some introductory stuff, and get you guys up to par as to where you should be as a student and everything. Nice, we see more people coming in. All right, so without further ado, I guess we can begin. We're going to start with the welcome message from the Dean, and that would be Dr. Adrian Lawrence. Round of applause for Dr. Lawrence.
Thank you, Ramon. It sounds kind of loud back here. All right, but greetings students, greetings parents. On behalf of the Faculty of Engineering here at Mona, the administrative team, the technical and support staff, I would like to personally welcome all of you to the University of the West Indies, and in particular to this faculty. You have definitely made the right choice. Choosing to do engineering is, I think, a tough decision unless science was always a part of your background. At the University of the West Indies, we are ranked in the top 4% in the world, which means that you have now joined the top university in the region. Engineering is a fascinating profession. Engineering as a career will enhance your ability to think analytically in the way you approach problem solving. You will never have a boring life in this career. In the course of study and work, an engineer will face challenging situations where creativity and logical ability is highly required. One of the cool things about engineering is that you can introduce new concepts and ideas. So let me talk to you a little bit about the faculty that you are now a part of. The mission of the Faculty of Engineering is to provide a high-quality education in engineering with emphasis on application via research and development in support of Caribbean businesses, industry, and infrastructure. Our driving goal is to have our graduate staff and facilities at the forefront in propelling growth, development, and innovation in the Caribbean and in the world. The faculty consists of lecturers who are experienced teachers and leading practitioners in their field. Many of us are licensed engineers both here in Jamaica and overseas, in particular the United States. Be assured that you are entering a program that will provide you with a high-quality education and support during these unprecedented times. I'm sure many of you applied to the University of the West Indies, not just for your engineering education, though. Many of you joined or applied to UWI for the on-campus experience. After 2 years of delivering content via an online mode of teaching, the faculty and indeed the university is excited and extremely happy to return to face-to-face. Remember, though, that COVID-19 is not yet finished. Therefore, we must still take all the necessary precautions to ensure that you, our students, and our staff are cared for and protected from this virus. There is no mask mandate, but I encourage you all to wear your masks and practice social distancing when it is practical to do so. At this time, I encourage those of you who are not vaccinated to go and do so. The vaccines are available right here on campus at the Mona Aging and Wellness Center. The staff there are professional, compassionate, and will make the process very seamless for you. In closing, I want to again welcome you to the UWI, and especially to the Mona Engineering. Get ready for an interactive, engaging, and exciting next 3 years of your life. And yes, there will be a lot of work as well. If you see me walking on campus, don't be afraid to stop and say hello. I don't bite. You guys are all sitting at the back, but all of us here in the faculty were pretty welcoming and friendly. I want to say good luck in your transition to university and have a very successful semester. Right, so since I'm up here, I just want to emphasize that, here at U, we have a very, very strong team from the academics, the administrative staff, the support staff. We have a strong deputy dean structure and a very strong heads of program structure. So I just want to invite my team to come up. I'll just call you guys up one by one. First, we have Dr. Roxanne Stennett-Brown. She is your deputy dean for undergraduate matters. This is who you'll interact with most next to your lecturers. We have Dr. Nicholas McMorris. He is the deputy dean for graduate matters. We have Dr. Omar Thomas. He is our deputy dean for internationalization and outreach. Some of you in high school may have seen him in his outreach programs. I don't see Dr. Leighton Ellis. He is, all right, Dr. Ellis is here. Come on down, Dr. Ellis. So Dr. Ellis is our deputy dean for quality. So what you will realize when you're here is that we put a very strong emphasis on quality. Dr. Ellis goes through the programs and ensure that you guys are learning what you're supposed to learn. So you will get to know Dr. Ellis very well. Heads of programs. So we have Dr. Lyndon Faulkner. He's the head of electrical engineering and electronics. We have Ms. Sasha Gay Wright. She's the head of biomedical engineering. She's our vibes master as well. Full of energy. And then Dr. McMorris is down here already. He is the head of our Sibling Engineering program. So this is the team. Oh, and also, I've been reminded by Dr. Stennett-Brown that she is the head of preliminary engineering. And so those of you who are in our 4-year program, you'll get to know Dr. Stennett-Brown very, very well. So again, we have a very experienced team. They're all experts in their fields. Get to know them well. You can lean on them from time to time when you need some guidance, and they are here to give you some advice. So thank you, team.
Thank you, Dr. Lawrence. Sorry, guys, so you just met your team, right? You see that you don't have anything to fear, right? Yes? Yes or no? No? I'm not going to ask for amen like Favor Williams. I just here. I want to know what's happening. All right, cool. I have some gifts up here to give away as well. The first student that can reach to sit in one of these seats up here, of course, we have a token for you. When you're ready, no rush, no pressure. Cool. So let's see now. Don't have my glasses today. Hold on. Cool. So we're going to look at some stuff. We're going to move from registration to graduation. And you'll hear from Dr. Stennett-Brown. Make her welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Are there any parents in here? Any parents? I was expecting to see parents this morning, only students, but that's okay. All right, good morning. I am Dr. Roxanne Stennett-Brown, and I see this young lady, she's gonna get the first prize. Who sits down first? All right, you guys decide, family or thou shalt not try me. Oh, Lord. Hey, don't try her. All right. So good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Roxanne Stennett-Brown, the Deputy Dean for basically undergraduate matters, and I'm also the head of program for pre-engineering. All right. So I'm really thankful, though, that we're able to meet face-to-face. Thank you, Jesus. Over the last couple of years, we know because of the pandemic, we have not been able to meet face-to-face. So I'm really thankful for that. And I'm excited and I'm, hopeful that the semester and the rest of the school year will be a success, right? Can I hear a yes for that? Are you excited to be here this morning? I am. All right, so in this session, we'll be looking at registration through to graduation. So I'm going to try my best as much as possible to give you some guidance in this process of registration all the way that will take you to the awarding of your degree, right? Let me advance the slide. So I will begin by looking at the programs that we offer here at the university in the Faculty of Engineering. So we have 4 BSc programs which has 3 years in length. We have Biomedical Engineering, Civil, Electrical Power, and Electronics Engineering. We also have our 1-year preliminary or pre-engineering program, and this will allow our students to qualify for transition into any of these BSc engineering programs within the University Mona campus. So it provides an excellent foundation in mathematics, sciences, laboratory techniques, communication skills, which is necessary as a beginner engineer. So we all need that. So we'll look at some of the qualifications for the pre-engineering program. So for the pre-engineering program, we have the qualifications listed here, just a few to mention. You will need passes in at least 5 CSEC subjects or 5 GCE O-level subjects or 5 international baccalaureate subjects or passes in SAT, all of which must include mathematics, physics, and English language. All right? You can get more information also from your faculty handbook on some of these requirements. For our 3-year BSc programs, right? So along with the requirements for admissions for the pre-engineering program, you will also require passes in units 1 and 2, mathematics and physics, or passes in GCE A-levels, mathematics and physics, or passes in mathematics and physics from the preliminary program in the Faculty of Science and Technology or our pre-engineering program, right? And also, if you have a diploma in a relevant engineering program from an approved institution, these are some of the requirements that are required to be a part of our BSc programs, just to name a few. Again, you can get more information from your faculty handbook as to the other programs that you can use to access our BSc engineering program. To mention, as I said before, we want to start off on the right path, on the right track. You must note as an engineering student, as a full-time engineering student, you must, or all students in the Faculty of Engineering, must complete some foundation courses. So we have 2 foundation courses that you must register for. Fountain 14, which is critical reading and writing, right? And we encourage you to sit this in the first year, in the 2nd semester, right? The 2nd semester is reserved for the Faculty of Engineering. I've noticed some students have registered for Fountain 14 in semester 1, but that is reserved for the other faculties, for example, medical sciences. So when you register within the 1st semester, you are preventing others from being a part of that course. So your registration should be for foundation courses in the 2nd semester. Also, you're required to register for Found 1301, which is Law, Governance, Economy, and Society. We also encourage you to complete Found 1014, which is critical reading and writing, because it also serves as a prerequisite for other compulsory courses, namely technical communication and technical writing. So you need to have Found 1014 in order for you to sit these other compulsory courses. Because I have had cases where students, they probably do another foundation course before Found 1014, and when they want to move on, they don't have the prerequisite to sit the other compulsory courses. So go in that order and you should be fine. So as I mentioned before about some of the requirements, maths, physics, and English, you must satisfy the English language requirement for entry. Now, for Fountain 14, which is one of the foundation courses that you must all sit as an engineering student, right? There are some requirements in order for you to sit this. One, you should have a grade 1 in CSEC English or a grade A in GCE O-level English language, or grades 1 or 2 in communication studies, or grade A in GCE general paper. If you do not possess any of these above, then you will be, or its equivalent, you will be required to sit the university's English language proficiency test, which is called the ELPT test. This is administered by the Faculty of Humanities and Education, right? So if you do not have these requirements in English, you'll be required to sit the ELPT test. This is done a number of times each semester. So I know usually it's run in the first semester and towards in the first half of the first semester and towards the end of the first semester, and similarly in the second semester. If you don't have these requirements and you're hoping to sit Fountain 14 in the second semester, it is wise that you sit the ELPT test. Some of you might have done it already in the summer and you already have your requirement and you're okay and you can go on and you can register in semester 2 for Fountain 14. So check out or contact the faculties of the Faculty of Humanities and Education for more information, as in the costs for the test and when is the next sitting. All right, and they'll provide the material. They will give you all of that information. All right. So those are our compulsory courses. All right. All right. Some points to note in registration. If you do not register for your courses, we can't see you. Yes, we're living in a virtual universe now. In order for us to see you, you need to register. I need to see you registering for your courses. So I've been seeing students registering, but in order for us, the faculty, to see you, you need to be registered. So you need to, first point of note is you need to register for a minimum of 15 credits per semester, maximum 18. Don't go beyond that, right? Ensure that you have the correct prerequisite to sit a particular course. Guys, take the time, sit down and work out your degree. Get the faculty handbook, it should be online. Go through, look at the program that you're in, look at the core courses that you need to register for each semester, what is required for you to go on to the next step. Take the time to work out your degree, all right? I don't want persons reaching to the point of graduation and they're missing a core course. So make sure you are tracking yourself and you're having all of those required courses. Priority is always given to outstanding and trailing lower level courses. So in an instance, God forbid you fail a course, ensure that you pass it before you move on to the next level in the next school year. So, and also in order for you to matriculate to your final year, level 3, you should have passed all your level 1 courses. So you will not be able to go on to level 3 unless you have passed all your level 1 courses. So as much as possible, pass your exams, no failure. I want you guys to be successful. I want to see some first class coming out. I want to see some high GPAs, right? So those are some of the little foundation things you need to know when you come on to registration. I copied here from your handbook. This is for biomedical engineering, and this is what it would look like. Some of it is cut off, but this is what it would look like in terms of the courses that you register for your first year. Semester 1 and semester 2. So semester 1, that will give you 16 credits. Semester 2 will put you 15 credits. But you're not seeing at the end, but I think the last course here is Fountain 14. right? And as I mentioned before, you wouldn't want to put this in the first semester. It's going to throw you overboard. So if you should register for Fountain 14 in your first semester, that will put you up to 19 credits. Fountain 14 is 3 credits, 16, 3. That's 19 credits. So you don't want to go overboard, all right? For pre-engineering, it will look something like this. So those who are in pre-engineering in semester 1, along with the core courses, you are given the opportunity to register for an elective. So if you want to learn some Japanese or some Spanish, or you want to go into social sciences and do some economics, you're free, or you want to go over and do theology, right? You can register for an elective in your first semester. And in the second semester now, you can pick up, and along with the core courses, the foundation course, critical reading and writing. So these are some of the courses that you'll find in your handbook. So make sure you have a copy of the handbook. It's virtual, online, so you go through and you look at the courses that are necessary for you to register. It is also online on the website, in the handbook and also on the website. You can see these courses, you can see the credits for each courses so that you can plan properly when you're registering. In terms of timetables, I think when you register, SAS automatically generates a timetable for you. However, the timetable that you are going to be following is found on the website for the Faculty of Engineering. So I just do a little snapshot here, and it shows the timetable for all the programs for each semester and for each level. That is the timetable that you will be following, and on it you will put the rooms that you're supposed to go, times, etc., etc. So I've copied also the web address for the Faculty of Engineering for the timetable, so you can go on there and look at the latest edition for your timetable. All right? All right. So we're taking it from registration. We are moving on. We want to go to reach that point where you're awarded your degree. So we're just going to look at a little bit of examination and what is required on your part. So to pass a course here at the university, in order for you to get a pass, you should have a minimum of 50%, right, to be considered that you pass that course. In the event that you are absent from an exam, due to illness, you are expected to submit a medical certificate to the faculty, right? And when you do that, you will be permitted to write the exam at a later date without penalty, right? But these are for good reasons, like for medical reasons. Not because I was tired this morning and I didn't get to study and so I'm upset. No, good reasons. So you must submit the medical certificate. It's good if you submit it through the health center because they will forward it to the faculty, to us, once you identify your lecturer on the course. To qualify for honors, all engineering programs require that students pass their capstone project at the first attempt. All right? And we know Dr. Faulkner will come after myself and speak a little bit more on that. Plagiarism and cheating. This is unacceptable here at the University of the West Indies. It's a no-no. So if you used to practice cheating in high school or college, they'll cross it off and say no. Penalties will be recorded on your record permanently. You don't want to go out in the working world, your transcript mention something like this. So we're going to be working hard so that we can do well, so we don't have these things on your record. We have had cases, we have caught them, and it's not good. You'll be awarded failure grades. You can be excluded from all other exams, not just the one that you cheated on. So I'm encouraging you guys to not do this. And you can be dismissed from the university. All right. To be awarded a degree, you need a total of 103 credits for biomedical engineering, 106 credits for civil engineering, 111 credits for electrical power engineering, and for electronics engineering, it's 112. But don't worry, I'm sure that you'll be working closely with your heads-up program, and they will guide you along the process, along with, I know that you'll be tracking your progress. And if you are registering for your right core courses each year, each semester, by the time you reach final year, you will have the required number of credits in order for you to be awarded your degree. Students now with a GPA each semester of less than 2.0 will be sent a warning letter. If you have a GPA of 2.0 for consecutive semesters, so semester 1 your GPA is less than 2, and semester 2 it's less than 2 again, you will be asked to withdraw from the program. And we don't want that, right? We know we have bright young students with solutions here to solve the world's problem. So we know that we won't be having any cases like that, right? None of that. All right? The table here just it also can be found in your handbook. Yeah, read through your handbook, get used to your handbook, and know all of these information. It just shows here a map of the letter grade for each particular mark that you get for each course, and the GPA value for that letter grade. All right? So we want to stay above C, okay? All right. In order for you to obtain a first class honors, and I'm pointing it out because I wanted to keep that in mind and I wanted to all be working towards that, you must have a GPA of more than 3.6, equal to or greater than 3.6 for a first class honors. And of course, students with final weighted averages below 2, this is number we want to avoid, right? Number 2, we don't want a number 2 in here, right? Anyways, we'll be recording as having failed the program. All right, we don't want you to fail the program. We want everybody to complete in the correct time your degree. All right. I think this is the almost last slide. All right. So for the rest of the week, we'll be having our program meetings, academic advising session, get to know your head of program, get to know me, and we have set up here some sessions so you can take note. I think it should have been emailed to you as well. So between Thursday and Friday, we'll be having our programming meetings. So biomedical engineering, electronics engineering, electrical power engineering will be in the computing room. And for civil engineering, it will be in lecture room A. And for pre-engineering, it will be in lecture room B. And the times are here. We'll split it into 2 sessions so you can get that nice one-on-one time that you need if you're required to speak with your head of program, to get to know your program mates, etc., etc. All right? All those good stuff. And I think, yeah, this is the last slide. Just some important dates for you to pay attention to. So semester 1 officially begins on Sunday. Teaching begins Monday morning face-to-face. And teaching ends Friday, November 25th. We have a review week between November 27th to December 3rd. And our examination period, make note of this. I can take a snapshot if you need. Our examination period, if all goes well, should run from Monday, December 5th to Thursday, December 22nd. And semester 1 will end December 22nd. All right? And that's it for me.
All right, thank you, Dr. Stennett Brown. So, as promised, the first person or the first student that was supposed to come to the front, who was the first one again? Yes, no, who was the first one? Was you? It was there? Okay. All right, let's see what this thing is. This looks like an umbrella. It has been raining regularly as of recent. You can give her a round of applause, you know? Come on, people, come on. Better than that. All right, so Dr. Stennett Brown touched on some important points. One of those points being electives, guys. So you don't have to restrict yourself to the faculty. You have electives outside. If you want an easy A, which some people would classify it, you go over SOCI, right? You do marketing, management, one of those stuff, right? Entrepreneurship, I don't know what that is. Cool. There's an elective over humanities for a lot of you people. I think it's a course in sex, love, and romance. I know you can explore that one as well. Cool. Now, as an engineer, you want to solve problems. You want to find out what's going on. Let's say you find some stuff in Jamaica that is really annoying you. You decide that, hey, I'm going to link Dr. Faulkner to see if we can write up a Capstone project to really deal with this problem. All right? Make sense? But you will do this in your final year. However, Dr. Faulkner will tell you more about the Capstone project at this time. Give him a round of applause, guys. Come on, man.
Good morning. Morning, everyone. Welcome. Okay, welcome to this great institution. It's good to have you here. I'm going to carry you through design and development and how you can solve real-world problems. So, welcome to the University of the West Indies, a light rising from the west. And welcome to the Faculty of Engineering, Mona, where you will learn how to use engineering to solve real-world problems. Keep that in your mind. Real-world problems, that's what we are about to solve. So you have made the right decision to attend the premier institution in the Caribbean, where we apply theoretical and practical knowledge to solve problems. So as you go through the years, you're going to remember theoretical and practical knowledge. Not theory only and not practical only. If it's practical only, then that's technician work. Okay, we're going to blend both of them to solve real-world problems. So what is engineering? Engineering is the application of mathematics and science. Remember that? Mathematics and science. So you have to be very good in mathematics and also very good in science to solve real-world problems. So when I speak about science, I'm talking about subjects like physics, the core of engineering, chemistry, right? Computer science, programming. You will realize the importance of programming when you go through this program. So generally, scientists come up with new ideas of how to solve problems. So these ideas are normally formed in theory. However, when they try to implement these theories, it's difficult to do so. So they call on the engineers to translate these ideas into real-world implementation, real-world application. Because the challenge that we have in implementing systems is that computers and electronics, they have a lot of limitations, a lot of constraints. And that's why we train you well to understand these constraints that you have to work with so you can simplify theoretical ideas to implement real-world solutions. So you'd have seen around you the application of science and technology in different fields of engineering. Biomedical engineering, electronics engineering, civil engineering. As you look around you, you will see the different applications. You look at biomedical engineering, you would have seen application in the hospital, right? Using ventilators to help someone to breathe. When you look in civil engineering, you would have seen the development going around the countries. The development of roads, bridges, buildings, high-rise buildings. When you look at electrical power, you would have seen the development of renewable energy systems, solar PV, the transmission and distribution of electrical power. And when you look at electronics engineering, you would have seen the change in technology, especially in mobile communication, in using a Wi-Fi, right? And so on and so forth. So, of course, I know you're all in science, so when you were in primary school, you must have wondered how things work. You get a new toy, you may pull it apart to try and understand what is going on. But because of the gaps in your knowledge, it's very difficult to understand what's happening there. So as you move on to high school, you gain more knowledge in science and in mathematics, so you start to get a better understanding of what's going on. But still, there are more gaps in your knowledge, so you don't fully understand what is happening. So now you come to the University of the West Indies, we're going to fill those gaps. We're going to fill those gaps to allow you to solve real-world problems. So in doing so, you will move through the different levels of the program. Some of you will start at level 0, or level 1. So these are the introductory level, right? So you start at the introductory level where you get additional knowledge on physics. You're going to be more specific now. We're going to introduce you to electronics, analog electronics, digital electronics. Remember, you have the digital world, the analog world, right? We're going to introduce you to those. We're going to introduce you to programming, right? You're going to deal with some aspect of chemistry or biology, depending on the area of specification. Then you move on to level 2. And this is the core year where you learn the core knowledge of most of the disciplines, right? And then you move up to level 3, where is now we're going to apply the knowledge. Of course, you start application of the knowledge from level 1, but those are basic projects, and you build more complex projects as you move on to level 3. At level 3 is where you're going to build the Capstone Project. You're going to now implement a solution to a real-world problem. So now is the time. Now is the time for you to start to think about a problem that you have seen around you at your home, maybe, or on the road, right? And you may want to even impress someone. Now is the time for you to think of a problem that you want to solve. And as you gain knowledge from level 0 up to level 3, then you'll be able to suggest that as a capstone project, and then you can work on developing a solution to that problem. So the capstone project is a 1-year course, right? 1-year course in all programs in the Faculty of Engineering. It spans 2 semesters, right? In the first semester, you will do your investigation and you develop your solution or the methodology. Second semester is normally implementation. The programs such as biomedical engineering, electronics, electrical power, are required to develop physical prototypes. So you have a prototype to show how it works. Typically, in civil engineering, it's difficult to build complex and expensive projects. The students normally do design, simulation, and develop sometimes some model of systems, right? And what you present to be graded, you have to present a written paper, a paper that can be published into international journals. You have to present that to show your work moving from concept to product. Also, you have a poster presentation, an oral presentation, and a project demonstration to demonstrate that that idea is now in a product. It's now working. You can now show us, you can show off and say, yes, this is what I worked on throughout the entire year, and it's now working. So who can propose a project? Companies can propose projects. Sometimes we approach companies to propose projects. A lot of companies have problems out there. They have challenges, and they may come to us also. And we can say, assign it as a capstone project. Lecturers propose most of the projects. Staff members can also propose projects. The students, you yourself can propose projects. If you have ideas, as I said, you can propose them to us. We will shape them into a 1-year project. And also, any member of society can come on the campus and say, hey, this is a problem. We'd like the university to solve this problem. And then we can assign it to students. So in the capstone project, the knowledge and the ability that you develop allow you to function in 3 main areas that we focus on in engineering. Because when we train you as an engineer, we prepare you to become an entrepreneur. You can go and create your own company and employ people to work and develop that solution to solve problems. That solution could have been your capstone project, right? You can also go and work for a company, and with your advanced knowledge, you can solve problems for that company. And we also train you to do research and development. So with this advanced knowledge that you have gained, you can go and do your MPhil, PhD, and you can go and apply and develop new solutions to change the world. So we carry you through the methodology, the way, our structured way of solving problem, and you will learn that throughout the program. You start in learning that from year 1 in the lab and project course. So I have some example projects to show you. So I'll start with civil engineering. First project, is an urban monorail system. So you can imagine if we have a monorail system that can traverse the entire corporate area. We have one from Papine to downtown. We can go to Halfway Tree and so on. The students have worked on project to conceptualize and design a system that can be implemented within the corporate area. Another example project is a mini stadium at the University of the West Indies. I don't know if you guys have toured the university campuses yet. You'd have seen the Mona Bowl, the space down there. There's space there that we can put a mini stadium. And this mini stadium can generate revenue for the University of the West Indies and create a comfortable space for people to sit and watch sporting events. Other projects include the choice of wave energy device and foundation design and so on. Electronics engineering project example. We have students develop a project to build an oscilloscope and spectrum analyzer using a smartphone. Because in high schools, a lot of schools don't have advanced instrument to view waveform and to measure signals. The students have developed projects that can do so. Students have also developed an artificial intelligence navigation system for the blind using a camera and an AI algorithm that runs in a computer to navigate obstacles so the blind person can move around. Other projects include a real-time system for drowsy driver detection using deep learning and so on. Electrical power engineering projects example. We have students develop systems that can implement a centralized energy monitoring of appliances in homes and businesses. So you can see the energy usage of all these devices within the building. And you can make plans on how to implement renewable energy systems. Students have also developed pure sine wave inverter. An inverter is needed to convert DC current to alternating current. And students have worked on projects and show that they have learned enough to build these systems. Other electrical power engineering projects include a 3-phase induction motor speed controller using LabVIEW and so on. Some example projects for biomedical engineering. We have students who have developed a sprained ankle rehabilitative device. This device allows the doctor to give the patient an exercise schedule and they can program it into this device and it will exercise the sprained ankle of the individual. And the students successfully implemented this project. We have a project also where a student implemented a patient monitoring smart mask. So in this smart mask, you have sensors to monitor oxygen level, monitor cough rate, monitor temperature, and so on of the patient, store it, and can send alert to the doctor. And the students successfully implemented this project. Other projects include a prostate cancer cell detection using deep learning and histopathological images and an automatic CPR device. Our capstone projects have also gone international. We have a student who performed well in this capstone project. His capstone project was to develop a low-cost wireless patient monitoring system. The project was so impressive, I encourage him to enter the technical paper competition at the IEEE Southeastern Conference in the USA. He entered, and out of 100 different papers from 40 different universities across the USA, he came first. So we have gone international with our capstone projects. We also got local recognition for some of our projects. Some of our projects were in the Gleaner, where students develop different solutions and so on. But we have a list of projects. I can't go through all of them. We have a list of successful projects, and I encourage you all to start to generate your ideas, to start to think on how you want to solve problems. As I said, now is the time for you to come up with that idea, and as you gain more knowledge to patch those gaps, to fix those gaps, then you will start to understand how you can solve problems. And one thing I need to mention, the electronics engineering program at Mona is accredited by ABET. The ABET accrediting institution is an institution that accredits engineering programs across the world, especially in the United States of America. So most universities in the USA, the top universities, are accredited by this institution, and the electronics engineering program is the first program to be accredited by ABET. And we are in the process of seeking accreditation for the additional programs. But what I must say, all programs are accredited locally, right? So just to let you know that. But the ABET accredited program is the electronics engineering program. So thank you for listening, and we're looking forward to working with you guys.
All right, thank you, Dr. Faulkner. All right, so you guys learned a lot from that one, right? Yes? And I'm sure you're now brainstorming some projects that you could possibly work on. Come in the Gleaner, enter some competition internationally, and go further, right? So the thing that he stressed the most was that for engineering, you need a good understanding of mathematics and a good understanding of science, right? Yes? On the mathematics side of it, I'll try to see what I can teach you guys. I'll try my best. Yes? No? Maybe? All right. So let's see now. All right, so let's see. We have some stuff here. I know. Let's see if we can make some sense of this. I personally like the mathematics. I don't know about you. But if you don't like it, don't worry. I'll make sure you like it at the end of the time that I see you. All right? Cool? All right. I think the MES rep is planning to build some faculty jerseys, and I tell him that I want this to be in one of the jerseys. But of course, it wouldn't be in the back of my jersey. All right, what is 1 plus tan square, guys? What is 1 plus tan squared? Okay. Sec squared, right? And then the angle is C, right? So the square root of 1 plus tan squared is sec C, right? So that sentence reads what? I am what? Sexy? All right. No, let's see if I can come up with something else. Yeah, man, I have a prize for her. Don't worry, I have a prize for her. You get your prize soon. What? You guys aren't? It's fine. Let's see. What's that so far? Be great? Or greater? All right. What's that one? What's that one? Just think about it. Of course, you guys would have learned this from about basic school, literally. So what's that one? Yeah, break up. Who is that? Oh, you can't see it? Let's see. See if I can find another marker somewhere. No, I don't see black. Let's see if I can use blue. What's that one? No, man, they can answer, man. Yes, only for the new students, of course. But they know this. All right, let me give you guys a hint. If I have 3 numbers and I add them up and divide by 3. What is it that I found? There? So what is this? Be greater than? Average. So as engineers, you always want to be greater than average. All right, guys? I don't know what's going on over there. Make sense? No? All right? Ready again? All right, I'm going to give a little bit of trouble. One last one. One last one. Some of you come here with your significant other. I don't know. Maybe. Or just a friend group. I don't know. I don't know. That's? So you have sine squared x in your back and he has sine squared x in his back and two of you come together to make 1. Make sense? But these are just ideas. You can put them in your jersey back. All right? But your guild rep, Mr. Wright, will give you more information on that side. Okay? Make sense? Put your hands together for him. Come on, man.
Dr. Adrian Lawrence, Dr. Roxanne Sennett Brown, heads of programs, other members of faculty, and to the world-changing first-year engineering students of the Faculty of Engineering, a pleasant afternoon to you all. My name is Gawain Wright, and I am a finalizing electronics engineering student here at the faculty. And I am the Faculty of Engineering representative and by extension the president of the Mona Engineering Society for this academic year 2022-2023. I first want to express how truly excited I am to serve you all in this capacity. All you wonderful students who chose to do engineering. I, alongside many others in this room, think that you guys have made the right choice, and as such we congratulating you all for making that brave step, because to be frank, I know everybody can do engineering, you understand? And I know everybody have the capabilities, so you guys are on a different level, in all honesty. Engineers are very pertinent individuals to society because, as you all can realize, we are in a technological era, and as such, everything is becoming more modernized, automated. And if you look around, engineers have an influence on almost everything that we use, be it the chair, the lights, this microphone that I am using right now. All of this would not be possible without engineers. And as such, all of you guys are in high demand, right? In addition to all of that, we here at the Mona Engineering Society have a lot in store for you guys. It has been very rough traversing the online space. It wasn't easy. It was fun up to some point because, you know, we were able to do other things while attending school. But I'm excited because we are going back face to face, and a lot of events are in store for every one of you guys. Not only the fun part though, Mona Engineering Society is also here for you guys to voice your concerns, to hear your needs, and to ensure that your needs are met. We are here to answer your questions, any queries that you may have, any problems that you want to be fixed. We are here for you guys. And as such, feel free to reach out to us. Now, I will be sharing a small presentation. All right, so Right. So, as you guys might have guessed, the engineer has been and is a maker of history. I'm sure we all can agree to that, right? We are in high demand. We are very pertinent individuals to society. Now, as I expressed earlier, Mona Engineering Society is a student-led organization where we voice your concerns, we represent you guys at the highest level, and we also organize events for your development and ensure that you guys are well-rounded. So the vision of Mona Engineering Society is to become the premier student body organization for the promotion of student welfare, development, and advancement. The Mona Engineering Society has been in constant pursuit of representation, right? We represent you guys at the highest level. We ensure that you guys are properly advocated for. We are in pursuit of to increase partnerships with corporate world, right? To increase student access to opportunities, internships, scholarships, mentorships. We're also in the business of promotion. We want to promote student engagement, right? We want to foster lifelong relationships, and we want to create well-rounded engineers, because at the end of the day, the degree is very important, but you must have other accolades and other things that you are involved in to be well-rounded, right? So this year we have quite a lot planned out for you guys, as I have been saying. We have it splitted in 4 different groups. We have student health and welfare, which is entertainment and sport. We have civic engagements, student development and advancement, and faculty branding and marketing. So for student welfare and health, we have our engineering line, which is in October 2022. But before I go even further, one thing I've realized with engineering students, I'm not sure why, but typically they do not want to participate in activities. It's quite a hassle and a fight to get engineering students to participate. And with that being said, I am urging and ensuring that I get this out as early as possible, that I would love for you guys to participate in the activities, because it's for you, your development, right? It's your faculty and it's your experience, and you need to ensure that you're getting the full benefit at 10 toes USP up here, right? You can't just come and go class and go back home. You have to max out every opportunity you get, right? So, we have our engineering line, which is in October this year. We have movie nights and game nights. November, we have talent shows coming up, trivia challenges. This is a big one. It has never been done. Mr. and Mrs. Engineering. Mr. and Miss Engineering. We have a bonfire coming up. It will be a very good one. We have sip and paint, that's new as well, and we have our engine cook-off, because I know there are some chefs. We have the past president in the building, Waffle Boss, Alwembi big chef, right? So now we have student health and welfare sports. So battle of the sexes, netball, football. I love football, and I see a lot of men in the room. So man, them, from once you have 2 foot, you have to forward out and kick some ball, right? Volleyball tournament, and we have faculty sports. This was the last time, this picture was the last time faculty had a sports day. That's way back. So Abidjan doesn't even look like that anymore. So you can tell. All right. We have student development and advancement. So we have our sibling program, which will start very soon. So the sibling program, it was very helpful to me, because essentially it pairs you with a person in your discipline who is at a different level, and they offer guidance and support, right? And that helped me out a lot, because matriculating to first year was very traumatizing. Mental breakdown, to be very honest. We have some collaborative study sessions, because I'm going to be honest, guys, engineering is not easy. Not easy at all. So we're going to have those sessions, because exams are going to be face-to-face, classes are going to be face-to-face. We have to ensure that we're all sharp and ready for these exams. Engineering week. Now that is our next big thing. We're going to do a lot in that week. To end it off as well, one of the main things that we have is corporate mingle. A very big event where you get to mingle with people in corporate community and build links and networks so that when you finish final year, you can get a nice job and things like that. We have a Q&A brunch, mentorship, some entrepreneurship expos, and a mechatronics competition. All right, civic engagement. As I said, we all have to be well-rounded. So we have some teen food drives. So these are initiatives that will be under the EAC Portfolio External Affairs Chairperson. So we have some coin drives, some mental health awareness campaigns, some home visits, and reducing carbon footprint campaign, International Coastal Cleanup Day as well. So the final one, I think, faculty branding and marketing. MES social media frame. Also, when all of this is finished, I'm imploring you guys to forward over and take some pictures. There's also going to be a QR code in the place for you to scan. So if you're not a part of the main first year's group, you can scan the QR code and you will be able to join. So have our social media and frame backdrop. We want to revamp the notice board because it's not appealing. Social media campaigns, some study tips, know your faculty members. Know your faculty members is a very important one. I think it is very important because knowing your teachers on a lecturer level is one thing, but when you know them on a different level, it kind of opens up the door for more learning and camaraderie, and I think it helps you to learn better, to be honest. Homecoming. This picture in the background was the last time we had homecoming. Now, homecoming is a big thing because it's like a competition, who has the best homecoming routine and stuff like that. So we go on Ring Road and we march around and do beer things. So homecoming is a big thing that's coming up, and I'm imploring everyone again to come out because you guys are a part of engineering, and Mona Engineering Society needs the support. We have some high school tours and outreach. That's also important as well because that's how the faculty can get to engage you guys before you matriculate to the university. You are aware of the different programs that are here and you know what you want to do before you come, right? So that's a very important thing as well. Now, these are some of the other things that we're working on. Additional seating outside. I'm not sure if everyone here has had a tour of the faculty, but there are a limited amount of seats outside. So that's one of the things MES is working on for this academic year. We're also working on outreach and in-reach activities, online complaint database, so it helps us to address your problems easier. Designated space for faculty rep, because I want to have a space where you students can come to me face-to-face, share your problems, any concerns, and you get a quick feedback. We also want greater promotion of student exchange. And lastly, we want to get the Mona Engineering Society page on the faculty website. All right, so here are some tips, so-called tips and tricks for engineering. One, you have to ensure that you work in groups throughout the degree program because, as I said, engineering is very hard, and when you work in groups, everyone will have different strengths and weaknesses. So by working in groups, you guys are able to cover more material and you are able to help one another. You can't go through this degree program by yourself. You have to take proper notes, especially given that we're going back face to face, especially that. And you have to ensure that you read them over after the day comes to an end so that it kind of refreshes it in your mind. You have to attend all tutorials. This is very important because in the tutorials, lecturers normally go over questions or work questions, and sometimes these questions tend to come back on the exam. And I mean, who would not want that? So ensure that you attend all tutorials. All right, so keep a journal with all items, not all items, all due dates and important events, because we tend to have the style to think that we will remember everything when we will not. So it's better to write it down and have it to see what's up next for you to complete. Try to make friends in your classes. You can't, if you do not make friends, you will suffer in silence. And I've seen it. I know people who have experienced it. Ensure that you have friends, build bonds with one another, right? You can't go through this program or whatever, which one of the programs, by yourself. Get familiar with your lecturers and ensure you reach out for help. As I expressed earlier, it's very good to have a good relationship with your lecturers. Last one. This is somewhat of a hack. If you don't have access to a multimeter, I'm assuming that everyone in here knows what a multimeter is. If you don't have access to a multimeter, you can use an LED to test the continuity of your circuit. Continuity meaning if both points are connected, or if there's a break between both points on a line or anything like that. All right, now that's it for tips and tricks. I will be introducing the Mona Engineering Society committee members. All right, so I'm the president, going right, of course. And then next up, you have the first VP, which is Mr. Rainer Honeygan, right? So the first VP is the external VP, which is responsible for external events, of course, sponsorships and things like that. We have our second VP, Mr. Javel Johnson. He is responsible, he's our internal VP, he's responsible for internal things, clubs and societies and stuff like that. And just to mention, there are other clubs within the faculty, such as IEEE, JIE, ICE, you have the Electronics Club, Biomedical Engineering Society, and all those other good clubs. Then next we have, is Jordan here? Hayden. Oh, sure. So Raina Honigan is doing biomedical engineering. Javel is doing civil. And next on my list would be my secretary. This is not our secretary, but he should be here. His name is Jordan Hayden. He is doing electronics engineering. This is Stephen John, our treasurer. He is doing biomedical engineering as well. This is Real Small, our male GCC, and we have Abidjan Anderson here, which is our female GCC. And GCC is Games Committee Chairperson. Next up, we have Abigail Jones, which is our PCC, responsible for pushing graphics and all the wonderful content that you see on the Mona Engineering Society. We have our electrical power rep, Mr. Josh Walters. We have our civil engineering representative, Mr. Jordan Johnson. We have our electronics engineering representative, Mr. Raheem Gallimore. We have our CEAC, Mr. Justin Hansen. We have our EAC, Ms. Roxanne Daly. And we have our biomedical engineering representative, Ms. Serene Shirley. The PRO is not currently here, and also the secretary. However, they should be here before all of this ends, so you guys will get to meet them then. And I think that's it. So again, I want to welcome all of you wonderful new students to the Faculty of Engineering, and I wish for you all the very best in your programs.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wright. Give a round of applause for Mr. Wright again. All right, so I'm not sure, but I had a conversation with Mr. Wright, and he said this year is going to be an epic year. What does EPIC stand for again, I'm not sure. I don't know. I guess we can put some stuff to it. What can we put for epic? I don't know. Let's make the E for engineering. What else can we use? Come on, words. E for engineering. I don't know. How you spell epic again? I think P for positivity. So engineering positivity, all right. We know what I? Innovation, all right. C? Creativity. Somebody from the back, man. You guys hiding around there. Talking on my good ears. Oh, you said creative. Okay, great. So it's engineering positivity, innovation, and creativity. So that's what we will have this year. Also, guys, he mentioned that there are other clubs and societies in the faculty, but I'll let you know that you don't have to join a club in engineering. You actually have access to clubs all over the campus, okay? Sounds good? So if you were in Key Club in high school, there's Key Club here as well. There's 4-H or Lions Club. I think Chancellor persons would know that one, right? So in essence, guys, what I'm saying, there's a club for everybody, even the letters people. You know those people that take up 20% of the alphabet, you know? So there's a club for everybody. Yes? I'm sure that didn't pass a lot of you. And if it passed you, hush. Cool. All right, guys. So at this point, we take a short break from all of this niceness. Rejuvenate, rehydrate, and something else. I don't know. Give me another word. Consume? I don't know, maybe. All right, guys, so in other words, I'll give you guys 10 minutes, just freshen up. Freshen up, drink some water, get something munch on quickly, and we continue at, as I said, 10 minutes, all right? Do not leave. And at the end of this, you guys will get a tour of the faculty and other places on campus, all right? So quickly, guys. All right, all right. All right, guys, you can return to your seats so we can continue to the programming. Jordan and others, let's continue. Well, not you. All right, guys, all right. All right, guys. So we're going to continue from where we left off. Again, welcome to the Faculty of Engineering. I had an interesting talk with a couple of the new students coming in. Some go in biomed. I see people here that love math. I see people here that, hey, I don't want to see math, but you guys will get along. As I said, work in groups. I can give you a secret on the lecturer's side of life. You guys listening? You guys listening? The lecturers don't sit down and say they only have one A to give out, all right? We don't decide that we're only giving away one A for the course. So in other words, don't be selfish. Work with each other, all right? Make sense? Whatever you do at the high school level, you should elevate it here. Which means that if you cheated at the high school level, yes? All right, so on the program, we are now at the section where we will hear from the medical center, and we hear from Mrs. Wilson. Give her a round of applause, guys. Make her feel welcome.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you? Jeez, you don't just had a break, right? It vibes up the place. I expect a lot of energy from the engineering students. So I am Tamaya Wilson. I'm one of the counselors at the counseling service located at the health center. And today I'm going to be talking to you about coping strategies for taking care of yourself during campus life. Because it's not a walkover, right? It's not going to be easy. And some of these strategies are things that you're going to have to do throughout your life. There are things that I do so that I can stay healthy in my life, right? So, question. What am I pointing this at? Oops. Thank you. What do you currently do to keep healthy? And I need to hear from you. I need involvement and participation. What do you do right now in your life to maintain good health? Exercise. How often you exercise? Great, great. Sleep. Good. Taking vitamins. Tell me something. Why you take vitamins? Because what? You get it from the food, but they should take vitamins. I'm assuming you're taking vitamin tablets, right? So you don't get it from your food? You have to know why you do it, you know. If you know why you do it, you will keep doing it. Right? So you take the nutrient, you take the vitamins, because sometimes you don't get as much from your food as you should. a lot of our food is processed and it's not in its natural state and so on. So we take the vitamins to make up for what we don't get in our food, right? But that's good. Yeah. You put on Do Not Disturb. Great, great, great. Anybody else? You don't hear something that you are doing, nobody else has said it? Drink a lot of water, play games. All good things, right? And we don't want to be one-sided people. You have to look at every single facet of your life. We're going to look at some tips. So for your physical health, and I'm only looking at diet, exercise, and sleep. This is the foundation for everything else. Imagine being so hungry that your head is hurting you. Anybody ever feel that way yet? And your stomach cramping, and you can't focus, you feel like you can't even see properly. Yes. Imagine feeling that way and being in the middle of a lecture. Can you function? Can you focus? Can you retain information or understand? No. The same is true if you're in that state and you go to a party. Like you really don't want to interact with anybody if you're that hungry. You're going to be miserable. You're going to be irritable, crabbits, right? You're going to short with people. And you probably just stay by yourself in a corner, right? You have to deal with the basic needs first. And once you have those things dealt with, you are in a good place to perform and do well in other areas, all right? So, balanced meal, 3 to 5 meals per day, depending on who you are, what your health status is, how many times you're exercising, if you have health conditions that limit restrict how you are to eat, then you take that into consideration. Try to keep your plate colorful or your diet colorful, which means fruits and vegetables, and try to minimize the processed food. So try not to eat things that are packaged in a bag and a box. The closer they are to the natural state, the better. So yes, the snacks taste good, the Doritos taste good, those things taste good, but you have to remember they're not giving you as much as you really need, right? And because we eat the Doritos, that's why we eat the vitamin. We take the vitamin tablets, because we know we're not getting it from the Doritos, right? All right, next thing, sleep. Generally, on average, most people get between 6 to 9 hours sleep. Some people sleep more, some people sleep less, but average for most people is 6 to 9. Now, if you have a paper to do and you're staying up late and you only get 4 hours that night, then that's fine. It's just a one night, it's a one-off. But you don't want to be living on 3 hours, 4 hours sleep every night. That's not going to sustain you. You're not going to be able to focus in class because you're so tired, your brain is tired, right? So you have to ensure that you have a routine with your sleeping pattern. Next, you want to exercise. My friend up there exercises 4 days a week. Kudos to you, that's great. You want to aim for a bare minimum of 30 minutes a day for 3 days a week. If you're moving from a totally sedentary lifestyle, you don't do any exercise. The most exercise, I remember my doctor asked me when I was in undergrad, what exercise I do. I walk on campus. She said that don't count, right? She told me it didn't count because that is, you're sauntering, you're walking leisurely. You're not getting your heart rate up from that. So if you're moving from no exercise, it's going to be hard to just switch over tomorrow and say, oh, I'm going to start exercising 3 times a week, 30 minutes. But it's easy to commit yourself to doing 10 minutes a day. Am I right? You can see yourself finding a little video on YouTube and you just follow it for 10 minutes. An easy commitment, you knock that off. If you forget to do it in the morning or you wake up late and you rush out, in your break you can do it. You can do it at the end of the day. 10 minutes is easy. And the reason I suggest this 10 minutes is because you want to develop the habit. Once you have the habit and the consistency in place, then it's easy to add on another 10 minutes and another 10 minutes. So after a month of doing 10 minutes a day, the habit is formed. Your body starts waking up at the time when you say you're going to exercise, because you say, when I wake up, I'm going to exercise. The habit is formed. Then it's going to be easy for you to tack on another 10 minutes. All right? Now, in terms of social health, and a lot of times you don't hear about this, But socializing and interacting with people is important. We're not an island, we don't stand alone. I hear, whereas a young man was pointing out that you need to have friends in your group, right? It's the person who is going to take notes for you the day that you're sick and you don't go to class. It's the person who is going to tell you that sir gave a tip for the exam, and this is a tip. Your friend is a person who is going to be there to listen when you're venting because you're upset about something. You will admin, or you pay your fee and them don't put it on the system and you stress you out, right? And they must send you a letter and your fee pay, right? And that person is there to be able to, for you to vent to. Try to have healthy relationship practices. Learn how to identify toxic persons. And I want to point out that not everybody is a narcissist, etc. Sometimes you have to look in the mirror. Maybe you might be toxic and you need to address some of those practices or habits that you have in yourself. Are you respecting other people's boundaries? So try to be a healthy person for yourself, and then you will attract healthy people. All right? Make new friends, but don't forget your old friends. I encourage you, whenever conflicts come up in your relationships, people offend you, people hurt you, it's going to happen because we're human. Don't just cut the person off, because we kind of live in this cut-off culture. Don't just cut the person off. Your friend who you're coming from first form with, or you're coming from primary school with, and they offend you at university, and you're going to cut off 10 years, 15 years, 20 years of friendship. No, it's not worth it. Reconcile. Try to figure it out. Let the person know, I didn't like when you do that. Right? And as long as it's not somebody habitually crossing boundaries and offending you and doing something that they know you don't like, generally, the relationship is better going forward. All right? Stronger going forward. Join and become active in the clubs and society on campus. Yes, you are first and primarily a student, but you need to have interactions and connections with other people. Be involved. When you're giving, you don't focus so much on what's not going right in your life, right? And you're not overwhelmed by, I mean, if you sit down and start to think about everything that's not going right, you're going to get depressed. But if you're focused on giving to others, if you're focused on helping others, first of all, you're not focused on what's not going right. You're more than likely to see the things going right in your life. And you're building connections, which mean that there's somebody there who you know you can reach out to. You have a resource, you have a link to say, I don't know how to help myself with this problem. Let me talk to my brethren in Circle K. I'm saying, oh, you know you can go XYZ. Or you know if you talk to the library and so. But if you're not building relationships, then that's not going to happen, right? Closed mouths don't get fed. So if you need help, you ask. If you have tried to help yourself out of a situation, you try to understand a topic and you're not getting it, ask. Don't wait until the last minute. Don't wait until the day of the final exam or the week before when your friend studying too, but you knew you weren't, or the lecturer, to go to the lecture at that time, but you knew you weren't managing and you didn't understand from before mid-semester. As soon as you realize that all your efforts have not worked, reach out for help. Try one time, try two times, don't go to third. Don't go to the third try. Reach out for help, right? There is no good health without good mental health. So yes, you're healthy physically. Yes, you're interacting with people socially, but you have to take care of your mental health. And some things you need to do is to be honest. Check with yourself. Learn to identify and express your feelings. So today I feel a little bit disappointed. Why am I disappointed? Something that I was working on really hard didn't work out. I was planning for something, it didn't work out. You know what to do. If you just say, boy, I may not feel like myself. 2 weeks now, I just don't feel like myself. What you do with what does don't feel like yourself mean? Learn to identify the specific feeling. I feel bad, but bad don't give you any information to work with. Bad don't make you feel in control because it feels like something happened to you, right? I feel sad, And you drill down and you say this sadness could be rejection, it could be disappointment, right? It could be loneliness. All three of them is sadness, you know. But when you're able to specify which one, then you can say, oh, I feel lonely, you know, I'm going to go to the social later. Get around people. You know what to do. One of the things that I recommend that students do, people do, is to journal. And journaling don't mean that you have to have something to write every single day. You write when you have something to say. You write when you have something on your mind. But I encourage you, every time you journal, end it with something that you're thankful for, so that you end on a positive note and that you always have something positive to look at in the midst of a challenging situation, if that's what you're writing about. So always try to find one thing that you are thankful for, and there's always something to give thanks for, right? Ensure that you have a support system and talk to them. Now, I have students who come to me on two ends of the spectrum. You have the students over here who don't keep friends because you can't trust nobody. And you have the ones over here who have a good support network and know they can talk to their mother, them have best friend, them have girlfriend, them have so many people around them who they know they can talk to, but they don't. They don't because they say, oh, I don't want to bother them. They have their own problems, and they don't talk. Guess what? Both of them in the same boat. So I encourage those who don't trust anybody to try and find 2 or 3 people who you can build a relationship with, because we need people. And for those who have people, reach out to the resources that you have. It benefits your friendships when it's a two-way street. If your friends come to you all the time to solve their problems and to help them with their problems, then they kind of begin to feel like them don't really have no value to the friendship. But when you can go to them and say, boy, you know, X happened, never like it, or I'm feeling why, I'm feeling sad, and they can talk to you about that, then they get to understand that we're in this together, you're not perfect, me not perfect, and we can help each other, and we're both valuable, we're both adding value to the relationship. So you both benefit, all right? Learn to manage your stress, and as I said, closed mouth don't get fed, so seek help when you need it. Your health is your responsibility. You can visit the health center anytime between 9 and 4. Now, some of the services that we offer, we have medical doctors, we have counseling services, we have a psychiatrist on board, the public health clinic. So public health is about immunizations, MMR, flu shot, things like that. Not COVID-19. That one is at Mona Aging and Wellness. All right? We have a dental clinic, the pharmacy, and we have lab services twice per week. Note, however, we don't have optical services, sadly. This is what the building looks like. Anybody has ever seen that before? You're new, but you may have. All right, so a few of you have. 11 Gibraltar Camp Way. This is on the road that leads from the post office to Irving Hall. And we're closer to Irving Hall. All right, so pretty easy to find. We're beside the nursing school, okay? And of course, there are our numbers. Anybody in here visually impaired? Should I read out the numbers? All right, great. You can get that from somebody if you are. And the counseling service numbers, I will give them again. The counseling services are confidential. Now, confidentiality is limited. If you give us reason to believe that you are a danger to yourself or somebody else, we cannot keep that confidential. Now, if you feel like maybe I want to kill myself, but you don't really have a plan, that don't mean we're going to break that confidentiality, right? But if you're sharing something and it sounds like you want to kill yourself, you don't feel like you have any reason to live, you have a plan, you know when you're going to do it, you know what you're going to do it with, that is going to raise a greater level of concern. And so that is when we're going to raise. So if you do have suicidal feelings, don't feel like, you know, that definitely means that confidentiality will be broken. And the confidentiality that is broken is only going to be limited to that. So the other things that you say, boys, because I'm pregnant, and I can't make my mother and my father find out, that part will not be disclosed. Okay? So as far as possible, we try to protect your privacy. We have 3 psychologists, a psychiatrist, individual counseling, which would look at things like depression, anxiety, academic issues, relationship issues, anything that you want to come for, okay? We do workshops and outreach on campus. So if your club or society is having a presentation and you want somebody to come, we can do that for you, or we can get our PSPs to do that for you. We have psychiatric assessment. It can be monitored by the psychiatrist if you need that. And exam waivers. So now, exam waivers would be, like, let's say, for example, your grandmother died. You were very close to your grandmother. She died the week before the exam, or the morning of, or the night before the exam. Right? You can come to the counseling unit. We talk you through to see what's really going on, how it has affected you, and you can get a waiver from the exam. You still have to do the exam later, but you don't have to do it now when you're in that kind of emotional state. Yes. Yes, they only have 2 grandmothers, and you have to bring in documentation to show. So you can bring it probably will not be approved by the clinical director if it is a distant relative. But you must be able to show that this is somebody who you are close to. Yes. Yes, I hear you. So if you're really close with your pet, then that is something that is going to be assessed on an individual basis. And bear in mind that the decision doesn't end with us. We have to then go to the clinical director to say, this is what is happening, this is how it's affecting you, and we think you need that. Yes, you would need to provide documentation. But since I have not had a situation like that before, then I would need to consult to see what kind of documentation would be accepted in such a case. You're welcome. All right. Now, we do train peer support providers, and these are students just like yourselves who go through basic counseling skills. So if you want somebody to talk to, you can talk with them. They're also oriented to the services that are available on campus so that they can direct students to those services whenever they feel like, oh, you know, this is a financial issue, go over to Office of Finance, Student Financing, etc. Okay? We also have a WhatsApp telephone counseling line called UE Helps. Take that number down. Now, this is 24 hours per day. It's manned by 1 counselor. So it's not going to be that you get an immediate response, especially if it might be a time when she has a lot of people messaging. But it is manned. If you are in distress and it's outside of work hours, it's a weekend, it's in the night, you can call this number and talk with a trained counselor. Okay? So the UE Helps number, 876-294-0042. 876-294-0042. I encourage you to take that number down. You might not be the one who needs it, or maybe you are. But it could be a friend, it could be somebody on the dorm. Once you're a UE student, you are free to use it. It is anonymous, you don't have to give your name. All right? And again, there's our counseling service number, 970-1992. And that's it. When we are no longer able to change a situation, we are challenged to change ourselves. Viktor Frankl. So I leave that quote with you and wish you a successful year. All the best.
All right. Another round of applause for Mrs. Wilson. All right, guys. So as the MES rep told you, engineering is hard. And mental health will be very important. So ensure you guys have those numbers and actually utilize them, all right? Yes? No? Don't sit in silence, guys. Speak to a friend, as she said. Trusting somebody is very important. Have the conversation. You never know, all right? So The next person we're going to hear from is Miss Togwell from library. You're here. Nice. So Miss Togwell will tell you about the library and how you utilize the resources here. All right, guys? Give her a round of applause. Make her feel welcome.
So, good afternoon. While I wait for my presentation to come up, my name is Yolanda Togwell, and I am the liaison librarian for the Faculty of Engineering. I am located at the main library, though. All right, and we'll talk a little bit more about the libraries when this rolls. Okay, so the Mona Library, and our catchphrase is access anytime, anywhere. And as we say, the UE Mona Library, removing barriers, strengthening access. And I told you a little bit about myself in terms of who I am. I'm also the Hall of Residence librarian for Chancellor Hall, for those persons who are affiliated with Chancellor Hall. And yeah, and that's my email address. All right, where do I point? Is it on? Oh, this one. Okay. So, the UE Mona Library's theme this year is A is for everyone. So we believe that all of you are capable of getting an A, right? And it's a call to action. And what we want to do is to tell you how to access and benefit from a relationship with the library. So, the UE Mona Library, and I'm going to give you a little overview of the library, the resources in support of academic programs, both physical and virtual, services, and serving our patrons in the online environment when you do have to do things online. Okay. So, we have 5 libraries. There's the main library that a lot of you may have passed, across from KFC there, across from Scotiabank. And the main library houses the Humanities and Social Sciences collections, right? And that library has 3 floors with reading rooms and stacks. There's a computer lab there. There's what we call the multifunctional room that you can rent. There's also the West Indies and Special Collection. So if you're looking, when you're ready to do postgrad services, if you are looking for thesis, that's where you would find them. And there's the reprographic services that most of you will use. So it is heavily subsidized for you, and you're able to photocopy and print from that service right there at the front of the main library. So the library has reconfigured their spaces based on the COVID-19 requirements. All right, so this is a little like what the library looks like. And when we had people, so persons there in front of the main library. All right, there's also the medical branch library, and the medical branch library is located on the UHWI campus, so the hospital campus, and it houses collections in the clinical medicine, nursing, and allied health professionals. It serves mainly the staff and students of the medical program there. There's the law branch library that most of you will see when you're going around the ring road, and that has law resources, also has 3rd and 4th floors there with resources, and you're able to actually sit there. So I'm telling you about the spaces because you might not necessarily want to be at your library. So depending on where your dorm is or where you are or where your friends are, your ID is going to take you into all of these libraries, right? So bear with me. So there is WJC branch library, and those persons from the West, when you go home, that branch library is also accessible to you with your ID. And of course, this is your library. Your library is the Science and Engineering branch library, which is located to the south of the physics department. So when you're entering the Faculty of Science and Technology from the Juicy Beef side, you pass the Science and Engineering library. That's your library, right? And it has collections related to your particular discipline. So the pure and applied sciences and engineering, right? So it's called the Science and Engineering Library. And we had collaborated with engineering. So the front part of the Science and Engineering Library was actually done in conjunction with the Faculty of Engineering. At that time, I think you were the School of Engineering. Yeah. So, as we say, the collection offers those resources. There are reading rooms and stacks. There are computer labs. There is also the engineering study room, which is on the second floor of that building. And they too have a West Indies and special collections. And of course, the spaces have been reconfigured in support of COVID-19 here. All right, so what, how, when, where, who, why, questions and answers you may have. So we have print resources, open shelf items that you can borrow as an undergraduate for 7 days. There's a reserved book collection which will have some of your textbooks if they're not already preloaded on your tablets. There are periodicals, West Indies, and special collections. For our reserved book collections, you have access to those books, usually 3 hour, so you have to stay in the library if it's a 3-hour book. There is the overnight books, as the name suggests, it's actually overnight. If you borrow it on the weekend from Friday, you'll get it until Monday. And of course, there is the 3-day loan that you can also borrow. So we have some electronic resources, and there are subject guides, or lib guides as we call them, so library guides. And I actually have one on engineering. I have the QR code there if you're interested. And we have subscription-based scholarly journals and so on. But all these things are accessible through the UWeLink platform, right? So UWeLink is actually our one-stop shop. So all the resources that are contained in the library are actually there, right? So you will get more familiar with UWeLink when you do your foundation English course, FD 14A, is it? Found 1401, it's called now? Yes, we will also have some introduction to UWeLink there. So we have, as I said, electronic resources spanning all subject areas in engineering. We have downloadable articles and books, read-only books, free ebooks, user-friendly interface, that's UWeLink, in order for you to be able to access these resources. So you have some of our ebooks, and Building Bridges is one of the titles you use, and there's another one here for recent advancement in electronic devices, all right? So we do have some support material that you can get electronically in support of your discipline. So there is one database that I hope you'll use for all your subject areas. It's called Creda Reference, and it has background information, a very good resource, and it also has what we call a mind map. So if you're unfamiliar with a particular subject area, it does some web mapping and gives you an idea of the particular area that you're looking at, some things that are affiliated with that particular subject. So you want to make note of that particular database. There's IEEE Explorer, which you will use at some point in your journey. There are databases such as Academic Search Ultimate, Caribbean Search, Communication and Mass Media Complete. A lot of these are offered through the EBSCO database. So these are some of our ebook vendors. So we have subscriptions with them. So we pay a lot of money. Every year, indirectly, you pay for these resources, a lot of US dollars for them, thousands of US dollars for these databases. So we want you to make use of these databases, all right? And here's some again. Proquest is another one of our multidisciplinary databases that you will use. So how do you access the library's resources, physical, that I mean, right? One of the most important things you will need is your ID. So your UEID is going to take you into any of those 5 libraries that we spoke about earlier, all right? You cannot access the library's resources unless you have your ID. Of note, I should point out that the library is now open this week between 8:30 a.m. and 10 p.m. So all the libraries are open from 8:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. starting this week. However, if you want to do an all-nighter from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., you will visit the main library for that. All right, so there's an overnight reading room that you can have you and your friends can go there, and you're able to stay there until 6 a.m. There's a security guard there and everything. So just so you know about that, there's also a computer lab there. So this, as I said, is the interface for UWeLink. And we will talk more about UWeLink throughout your semester. For those of you doing classes with Dr. Ellis, he normally has a library session done by the librarians here. So I should say that for the Science and Engineering Library, there are 2 librarians there. There is Dr. Sasika Harris, and there is Mrs. Karen Tyrrell. Those are your 2 librarians at the Science and Engineering Library. And of course, I'm at main library. You can always shoot me an email if you have a question, or come and see me over there. All right, so you can access from the library's website. And these are some of our services in support of the undergraduate programs. We spoke about some of them already. And of course, for your papers, you want to be able to cite properly, right? And the citation style used by the Faculty of Engineering is Chicago, right? And it's Chicago 17. So that's a picture of the 17th edition of the manual, which you may come across in your lifetime, your academic lifetime. Very important that you make yourself familiar with that particular citation style. You use the author date version of that. All right, so we spoke a little bit about that, so I'll put it back up there. And we do have seminars and workshops, so you look out for them in Mona Messaging. That's usually one of the places that we show when we're having like workshops and webinars. And we do have like Plagiarism 101, there's a workshop on that. And of course, UWeLink. This pointer is not my friend. So we do have some UWeLink sessions coming up. And if you want to use the QR code, you can do that and register during the week of September 12th to September 17th. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, we have 11 a.m. sessions. And on Wednesday, we have a 2 p.m. session. And on Tuesday and Thursday, we will have a 6 p.m. session. And on Saturday, an 11 a.m. session. Please come to one of the sessions. They're only 1 hour long, and they can be shorter, right? Come and familiarize yourself with the UWeLink, UWe Libraries Information Connection. That is going to be the portal that you use to access the resources of the Mona libraries. So we do have a UWe ML1 Mona Libraries Resources portal that is accessible through our VLE. And I think Mr. Anderson had provided one in NGVLE, so it is there. And I think I'm coming to the end of my presentation for those of you who slept away. All right, so we do have an orientation LibGuide that you can familiarize yourself with. And there are some places to find us. And I want to thank you for going through all of this. So for those persons, yes. Indirectly, yes. I don't think so. You can access books, as I said. You can access. Am I doing? Yeah. You can access resources. As I showed you, you do have some electronic books through like Wiley and so on that you have access to. But a lot of them are support resources. They're not necessarily your main text. So some of your main texts are accessible in the library, some of them in physical state and some of them as electronic resources. What I want you to bear in mind though is that the university, you have to deal with copyright. And a lot of you like to take pictures. So taking pictures of books is not legal. You're not supposed to be doing that. All right? So when you download a book from the internet, and you think it's fine that you found this edition of the book and all of the book is there, unless it is that is being offered as open access, you're actually infringing on copyright. You have stopped an author from making money. Now, if you had a book, you would want somebody to be paying you for your book, right? So in the electronic environment, copyright is very important. So when you go to the reprographic unit to photocopy, they ask that you fill out a form because the other body that oversees some of this photocopying is JamCopy, right? And JamCopy is the one who is going to pay these authors. So some of your lecturers are authors, and I invite them, although this is not their session, to sign up with JamCopy. You can get money. You can get money. So when people look at your publications, trust me, the first year, a lot of people were whopping. They were really doing well. Yeah. So you want to make sure to register any publications that you have. And if you are an author, make sure to register with JamCopy. And not only physical resources, but say you have a song, things like that, you want to make sure, right? So as it relates to books, under fair use, you're allowed 20% of the item to copy, 20%. So when you go on some of those ebook vendors that I showed you, you have the option to actually print from some of them. And they will tell you, so like in EBSCO, they will tell you how many pages you're able to photocopy. Of course, you're going to find loopholes around that, but we won't talk about the loopholes. We'll talk about the fact that you need to be cognizant of copyright. So when you're doing your assignments and you go and you copy something from the internet and you turn it into your lecture, the Dr. Faulkner looking at me here, and you have not acknowledged the source from which you took that particular information, you are a thief. You're a thief. That's what you are. You have plagiarized, and in essence, you're a thief. Yes, you're stealing from somebody else's work. You have not acknowledged them. And I'm sorry I went into this whole copyright tirade, but just to let you know that, be very cognizant of that throughout your university journey. Because if you plagiarize throughout your journey, the university can expel you. Just so you know, there are persons who have been expelled. So if you have a friend who they've completed engineering and they gave you some of the assignments that are usually done, right? And you take the whole of it and you change to your name. you're a thief. And if the lecturer, and I have taught before, so when you read, sometimes you're able to say, but hold on, I've read this somewhere before, right? So Turnitin is one of the tools that you're going to be using, and that is not with the library. That has to do with the bibliographic software that the university pays for, right? So you will be asked for some of your courses. Even I can tell you for the English course, you're asked to upload your assignment, right? It is a very, very serious offense, right? So this is where the library helps you in making sure that you're citing your resources properly, all right? So I'm going to end at this time. And for those persons who sat through all of this and didn't sleep on me, I'm identifying as sleep at the front. I have 4 questions and I have 4 prizes for those persons who were listening keenly to me. All right? So, I spoke about the libraries, right? What's the most important thing you're going to need to access a physical library here? And it's only the first-year students. So who had their hand up first? I'm going to have to just choose somebody. You look very bright and bushy-tailed in your white hoodie. Tell me who you are. Tell me the answer. Stand up and tell me who you are and tell me the answer. Which ID? Which student ID? UID, come and claim your prize. So this is courtesy of Proquest, which is one of our databases. So enjoy. All right, so I have one more question. Let me look again. What is somebody saying? So I spoke about a database, and I said that that database is very important for background information. Anybody remembers that database? Say that, yes? Yes? CRE? Yes, ma'am. You come and claim your prize. You're on your way for an A. Courtesy of Proquest. So I'm going now, and I have 2 other questions. These are for things that you like. So, the library has a theme for orientation. Anyone can tell me what that theme is? Yes? But you're not a first year. You are, yes. Yes. So, do you have a digital phone? You don't? So you're going to have to give that up then. So $300 credit, courtesy of Digicel. Thank you. All right, and I have, sorry, who wanted your credit? Somebody wanted your credit, man. And then I have my last question before I leave. Which library do you use? Which library are you supposed to use? So I want somebody over this side now. Are you first year at the back? You are? Stand up for me. Go with your answer. Branch Library, come for your credit, courtesy of Digicel. Thank you so much for having me, and I wish you all the best throughout your academic journey. Thank you.
All right, guys, so I believe that one was a very informative one, right? Yes? No? Oh my. You guys ready to leave? Ready to leave, right? All right. Unfortunately, we have some more stuff to go through, all right? Now, let's see now, where are we? We're now going to talk to, or we're going to hear from, rather, placement and career services, so you can have an idea of what opportunities exist as a student on campus, as well as outside. All right, guys? So make her welcome.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I promise I won't bore you. I won't be long. So I am from the Office of Placement and Career Services. As our name suggests, we are responsible for all things career development and all things job placement. We have specific programs that are geared towards our first-year students, and so for the purpose of this presentation, I'll just zoom in on those programs. So one of the main programs that we offer to our first-year students is individual career counseling. Now what this does, it allows you to confirm your career choice. So okay, you have chosen engineering. Through individual career counseling, you'll be provided with information and guidance to help you confirm if this is a career path that is really for you. Another aspect to individual career counseling, which we encourage our students to do, is self-assessment. Self-assessment also helps you to confirm your career choice. It also provides you with additional information as the different areas within your career. So you are studying engineering. What are some of the jobs that you can get as an engineer? It also provides you with information such as salary, different courses, etc., certifications that you will need as you progress in your career. We also host seminars and workshops throughout the course of the academic year. We assist you in resume construction and editing. So if you have a resume and you need it to be edited, you can visit our office. We are there to assist you. If you don't have a resume and you'd like to construct a resume, we're also there to assist you as well. We assist our students with part-time employment and internships on and off campus, both from public and private sector organizations. However, we do not refer first-year students for jobs in the first semester. Reason being, you're just coming into the university, so we give you the opportunity to adjust to the university, get familiar with your courses, assignments, etc. And then once you are settled in the second semester, you can apply for a part-time job, whether on campus or off campus. Our office also hosts career expositions, job fairs, and we also have other programs, one of which is the Job Shadowing Experience Program. This program also helps you to confirm your career choice. So you are placed in an organization for 2 to 3 days or longer, depending on the organization, where you'll be able to shadow someone whose career path is similar to yours. So if you're doing electronics engineering, you get to shadow someone who's doing that. Software engineering, you get to shadow someone who's doing that. By shadowing, by looking at what they're doing on a day-to-day basis, you say, okay, this is what I want to do, or okay, I don't want to do this. So that's one of the programs that our office offers as well. We also facilitate the overseas work and travel agencies. This provides cultural exchange along with financial assistance for students to assist with tuition, etc. In a nutshell, that's what our office does. We have a host of other programs, but for the purpose of this presentation, I just zoomed in on the ones for first-year students. We are located behind the bookshop, upstairs, Graduate Studies and Research. So feel free to stop by the office anytime. We are here to assist you. And I wish you all the best in the new academic year.
All right, thank you, Ms. Henry. Any questions for career and placement? No? No want to work while on the Japan campus? No? You don't want a little extra money? No? Own rich? All right, say less. You chop. Cool. All right, guys, so let's get to a little bit more excitement, right? So we're going to find out now where... So we're going to find out now, where can engineering take you? You're coming to do this degree. What's next? You're going to work in a wholesale, lift up boxes, 9 to 5, I know. You're going to go to high-low and pack shelves. Like, what you're going to do with your engineering degree? Where can it take you? All right? So the first here, we'll hear from a past student from Digital Group, Mr. Brown. Make him welcome.
Morning, everyone. Well, it's evening still, but you know, I tend to say morning to keep the room lively enough. And I have some prizes here, so you may want to pay attention. How this work now? How's everyone doing? I don't expect everyone to answer, but all right, Pokemon shirt. You nervous? I was too. And actually, I couldn't focus. I saw the chancellor first years here, but I'm not seeing them anymore. But I was a chancellor, right, too, and trust me, coming to this orientation from off Chancellor Hall, it was rough. Like, I couldn't focus in here, so I'm trying to ensure that you first year here today actually hear things that you might want to ask, but because of the audience or in the crowd, you tend to be shy and don't ask it. So I'm going to try to answer as many questions that I know you have lingering right now. So where can engineering take you? Again, my name is Tavar Brown, and I'm currently employed with Digital Jamaica, which is a market and a digital group. All right, so who am I? Tavar Brown, age 20-something. I graduated with a Bachelor of Science degree in Electronics Engineering. That's the ABET accredited one. So apparently I'm supposed to be eligible to work overseas. I'm not explore that yet, but there's a possibility. I was a H.J. Fenton Memorial Scholarship recipient for Petrojam Limited. Paid for my tuition for all 3 years of my studies, plus hall and all of that. So I never really have the burden that I know most of my colleagues had, which was the financial one, worrying about how your tuition is going to be paid next semester or next year. So that was good. So I tend to try to inspire as many engineers that I come in contact with, because I know they will benefit a lot from hearing, you know, possibilities of what exists beyond their studies. It is worth it, guys. Currently, I am Digital Foundation board director on the foundation, so volunteering is good as well. Gavin mentioned that earlier with the MES EAC committee, so I'll get into that later. I started at Digital as a VAS intern, matriculated, got promoted to interconnect and roaming manager, and currently posted manager. And this is pretty horrible present from the thing, but fun fact about myself, I'm skinny, but I gym a lot. But anyways, it's also funny that I might be the same age as most of you guys in the room. It's actually factual. I have a classmate here, Jachin. Jachin can keep me honest. I'm pretty young. All right, so we're going to go into, I'm going to give you a little bit about my journey as an engineering student, so my story is more believable. Because when I was a first year, persons came and told me things, but I never believed any of it. Because when I said, that's not going to be me. So first year, as I mentioned, I was on Chancellor Hall. Rough. I got the scholarship. Actually, I got the scholarship on my way to orientation. So I did the interview the day before. Well, I did the interview on like a day like today, where it was orientation. And then when I was walking to orientation, I got the call that I was selected. Like, what the hell? Yeah, so I got that call on my way to orientation. So that was on my mind, so couldn't focus. First year, 2 major courses, running courses. What's the name of that course, sorry? We have to do the graphics, man. You guys are going to enjoy that one. Maybe not. Oh, they don't have it anymore? They don't have it anymore? I'm lying, guys. They're not going to enjoy it any at all. Oh, there's online audience. Okay. I have engine math. This young man here is lying. I hear him mention that you're going to love it. You're not going to love it. It is going to be, let me tell you, I'm not bragging or anything, but I'm generally not used to failing my subjects, and engineering math humbled me. First year, man, seeing that, I think the part, it was off. I got 53%, and that was probably the 3rd highest in the entire cohort. Everybody was scraping through. I remember one of my brethren failed by 1%. You'll be fine though. Just work in groups as Gavin encouraged you to. No, it's never him, you know. Yeah, I wish it was him. Well, let's not get into that. Yeah, and I mentioned I got the scholarship first year because I injured math, and I took up my enough self and go do a foundation course that it was long gov. I'm an engineer, I'm a man of numbers, not words. So I got a low score for that too. Brought my GPA to 3.47. My requirement for the scholarship was 3.6. So all that summer, I'm like, geez, I'm not going to go to school September, you know, because I literally broke the terms and conditions of my scholarship in first year. But we worked it out, and I bounced back second year, joined Irving Hall. Yeah, and I was involved as well, so I encourage all you guys to be involved with your studies as well as extracurricular activities because it builds you holistically, you get me? So you're not here to just get the A's in class, you're here to be an A+ human being. And as Ramon mentioned again, what was supposed to be? Engineers are supposed to be greater than the average? Yeah, the average person is getting A's in class. I'm going to tell you that. To be greater than the average, you need to do more than what everybody else can do. You get me? So ensure you participate. MES is a good start. Yes, man, Jachin. So also I had friends that helped me to matriculate through the studies quite easily. I'm not going to say engineering is hard because it's really not. If you have somebody or persons to help you get through your studies, you'll be fine, trust me. I had one lab partner for my entire 3 years. Jachin can keep me honest because he was that lab partner for the entire 3 years. It was a concern for my lecturers at a certain point, like, why you guys always have to be working together? But we work well together, so we maintain that dynamic and we both pull through. Second year though, I think is when you're going to do the most courses. I think we were doing 8 courses a semester, something like that. It was so much, we had to get special, we had to send a special request to the SAS or one of them people to allow us to do more than what the university student is supposed to do. So second year is going to be fun. But I guess with that fun, you'll probably do your best because us engineers tend to work best under pressure. Yeah. And we had a lot of projects in second year too, and labs. Quite a few didn't work, but we learned from them because there's no losing here in the Faculty of Engineering or lessons. So they never worked, but it worked out for us in the end. And the lecturers are very understanding, so don't be afraid to reason with your lecturers, you know? If something not go right, put the lecturer on a side and say, hey, X, Y, Z, and I need help with arriving at a solution. They're here for you guys. Final year, MES is when JHN has been my lab partner for all 3 years of my studies. And so much so, we ended up founding Mona Engineering Society. So that started with us. So I'm very happy to see Gavin here representing, and the foundation is looking very promising, and I hope that somebody in here will assume a similar role as Gavin or someone on his committee, because it may give you some decent exposure that will benefit you in the long run, promise you. I also was a TA in final year. That opportunity is there for employment as well, as you also learn when you teach. It's a weird dynamic, but you tend to, I don't know how some of you guys study, but I studied by pretending to understand and explaining to my peers. So I wing it, and through winging it, I wait. I actually understand one. And you retain whatever you pass on to your fellow colleagues. So you guys can try that tip. It might work for you, might not. Some of you study best by yourself. So you just have to know yourself. So self-awareness is very important, guys. Third year again, I had 2 big struggles in third year. I started to drive in third year, and if you're a young youth, and you start driving in third year, you know, so every pan knock, you want to dance. And I had final year to complete, so this was first semester. I wanted to go every party where I keep. I used to just randomly get up and say, all right, I feel like having lunch off campus, missing my lectures. I remember one time I went to a party one night and wake up late, and Dr. Faulkner himself, he called me and said, yo, where are you, man? I'm like, may I come, sir? I literally just woke up to go to lecture, and the man have to call me. And he did that again. That's, I have to big him up. Anyway, I'm there. He's not in here right now. But final year, I had an exam. And you know that style when the alarm come off and you think you're tapping snooze, But I was dreaded at top stop. And this exam is supposed to be 10 o'clock. When I wake up, it was probably 10 minutes after 10. I'm going to have to run to the exam because if a certain amount of time pass, you can't get let in. And this is final year now. Imagine me staying back 1 extra year because I decided to sleep and stop the alarm. And Dr. Fartner was very, very much understanding. I wouldn't even get into details of what he did for me, but trust me, your lecturers are here for you guys. So don't ever feel like it's a student versus a lecturer situation here. It's us together, and the MES is here to represent you as well. Final year project that was completed. It and COVID tried to finish me in my final year, but as I say, I'm here, we pull through, and all of my classmates pull through as well. So final year project may be a bit challenging, but you'll be fine, trust me. And then after final year now, that's when I got the internship at Digicel. And I got this internship through, all right, the alumni is very important, you get me? It's people like me who are going to look out for you know? And you get in touch with me via MES. So MES, I got to set that connection between the students and the alumni association. Because my internship was through an alumni. She literally just messaged in a group and said, anybody want to work at Digicel? I'm like, yo, I'm not do this because I never do telecoms major. I wanted to work with Petrojam or New Fortress. But none of them they never work out. So I'm going to say, I'm going to do Digicel until. Fast forward 2 years later, the until is still happening. And it is blended at Digicel. It's a rite of passage, I believe, for most electronics engineering students. And you guys will enjoy it. Our flow is always saying, yeah. So either one. Yeah. So I'm going to take you into I'm going to take you to the internship. So I started at Digicel Jamaica. It was a vast engineering role. So that is where some of you guys can go. It's a role where you pretty much control the back end of the communication between us as regular Digicel customers. So it's very wide. You can write scripts, you can visit network sites. There's a lot of things you can do there. It's just you have to know what you want to do. And you must communicate that to whosoever is employing you so they can make arrangements to facilitate you. So, as I mentioned, it was through the alumni that I got that position. The compensation was good because just coming out of school. I don't know if me and Jachin did unrealistic, but we did tell ourselves I want 350,000 after tax coming out of school. Yeah, we're hideous. But I can't tell you how much because I don't want you guys to go to the people them interview and ask for that amount because the economy is deteriorating in a sense, so we might get more. But we never get the 350,000, but it was all right. It was a little bit. Yeah, I'm not going to get into that one. It was decent money for you, and most of you guys probably still live with your parents, so I'm not all right. So keep in touch with MES. I can't emphasize that enough. Good work benefits and culture at Digicel. Get free internet, free phone, free credit, free gym, everything free. We get a lot of things there. And I find that engineering firms are somewhat good at giving benefits to their employees. So you guys are in a good position. I'll tell you one thing I don't like about engineering though, but I'll tell you on the next slide. I got bored because, as I said, I never come to engineering to write no code in black and white. I don't want to out in a Petrojam field. I worry about if the furnace are going to burn me up or something, or I want to be called while I'm on the road having lunch. So, yo, system a breakdown, we need you here right now. When I was an intern, I hope nobody's in here, but when I was an intern, COVID had just hit and I was at home, not doing anything. And I'm to myself, this is nice still, but this is not what I want for myself because I'm going to get used to being at home, not doing anything. And when I should start a new role, it's going to feel like too much for me. So I knew what I wanted for myself, and I encourage you to also know what you want for yourself too. So if you want to sit at home and not do anything, suit yourself, but you have to really think about it in the long term, and that is not what I want for any of you guys. We are here to contribute to society in a full-fledged manner, and I think you guys should try to meet those requirements at a bare minimum to, contribute to the economy, your family, your loved ones, anything. Don't sit at home and not do anything. Find a way to contribute. And you guys are engineers, some of the smartest people around. Don't waste that good genes. My manager realized I was not interested in anything that was being done in the department, but I always knew everything that was happening. So like he could ask me at any given time, Tawar, what is the status of this project? And I would know. So he said, all right, Tawar, look, I realize you have a bird's eye view of everything that's happening. I want you to give leadership to your other interns. So that's where I started to get a little bit of management experience. So I'm a head intern now. So I'm going to start, spearhead that. And that led to a promotion. And that's when I got promoted to being, I never get the promotion right away. I had gotten a job offer from 2 other places. I went to one of them and like, no man, this is not for me. The walls were dilapidated. It was good money, but the work culture wasn't good enough as an engineer. I don't think I could function well there. So I refused to take that offer. And then the other one, it kind of came a bit late. I decided to go back to my Digicel. And that's when I got offered to be an enterprise account manager. That was a business role, like a sales role. And then the interview at the time, she was like, Tavar, I need to be honest with you. You're overqualified for this role as an engineer. We cannot do this to you. We're going to explore other roles in the company that may be a better fit for you. And that's when I got the other job offer, which is interconnect and roaming managers. Aiken normally says if you can't apply it to your SO site, well, this is a SO site type job. But let me tell you, the 3 other managers on the team, they're all engineers. They all did electronics engineering. They all did electronics engineering here. So myself, Jay Chin, and the prepaid manager, Jeremy, all did electronics engineering here. So that is real-life testimony of where engineering can take you. And let me tell you, when I moved from the engineering role into the SO-side role per se, the salary increased by 100%. So you just have to know what you want for yourself again. And one thing I found out about engineering, if you are not working if you don't have your own firm, and you're working for a company, you may start to feel a bit stagnant, whereas you're not growing in terms of a promotion, because an engineer may be in the same role for a year, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then after 5 years, I'm sorry, in there long enough, let's put senior upon him title. And seniority is not what you really want for yourself. But I never care for senior or junior. I just wanted to feel like I'm moving up on an organizational chart. And being in engineering, it's going to be too tedious to move up because everybody there is engineering to the best of their ability. I'm going to tell you, you are some of the smartest people. So when you it's genius now, take your engineering skills and apply it somewhere else, like in a social space, that you're the only person in that space thinking like an engineer, and you set yourself apart. So while everybody else is trained to think like the social man them, you're there with you're there applying it, and you just find yourself growing much faster than everybody else. So that's another life hack. Don't quote me though, I might be a little bit biased. So what's next? This is just me giving you advice as to what you can do after your engineering degree. I am pursuing certifications because I realize that is highly sought of now. So yeah, project management, product management, certified Scrum Master, you guys can look into those certifications. And let me tell you, you don't need to wait until you get your degree today because, for example, the certified Scrum Master is $400 I think, and it's a day of training. And you get your thing the next, I don't need it online. I don't know when you get it, but it's a day of training. I don't think it's hard. And NCB, all of those tech firms, this is a requirement now. And I had a brethren who is a manager at NCB, and him searched the whole Jamaica, and only could find one Scrum Master to fill him role on the link team. And they get good compensation. So you coming out of school with the engineering degree and already certified for a while as a certified Scrum Master who is basically trained to lead teams of engineers in the right direction at the quickest time possible, you're at a good start. So you not only understand what the engineers are doing, you can also lead the engineers, and that is being greater than the average to me. I want to get more experience in whatever I'm doing in the business side of things. So if you're engineering, you love your engineering, you can go do your master's in engineering. I never really love engineering that much. I was a good engineer, and it's not that I had to so-site, I chose to so-site. But if you must know what you want. So if you want to be a very renowned engineer, you go do your deeper studies in engineering, get your PhD, all of that. I'm taking the so-site route now. So I'm going to start off applying it, I'm going to cut it, I'm going to go over so-site. I see a man raise his hand. Have a question? Oh, that was a job offer. But yeah, we have solution architect roles at Digital, which is actually on the next slide. And, bro, I don't pre anything in engineering in terms of certification. I'm more so on the business side of things. Yeah. I also want to do consultancy, so anybody in here know anybody who's a consultant, and they can link me, get some experience and learn some things from them. And one thing though, I have to mention this, actually representing my Digital Foundation today. I mentioned earlier, you're not here to just get your studies and get your A+, because everybody can get that A+. You need to do more, so volunteer. Why should you volunteer? And the answer is there. If you're sitting here in front of me right now, you're already privileged enough to want to volunteer. You already have a lot. You've already been given a lot. And to whom much is given, much is what? Somebody is required, somebody is expected. We'll call it in English. Synonyms. Yeah? Yeah. How can you volunteer? You can do it on your own, or you can do it with MES yet again. What's the committee name? That's in charge of the outreaches. ESE. Come on, so them ready for you already. All right, so when you guys are finished, the link her. What's your name? Roxanne. Yeah. Then I link Roxanne and go up on the external thing. Roxanne link me as well, cause you know. Yeah. Anytime Roxanne says, or you can do it anytime you have the time to. So if you have a little like clothes that you're not wearing, you try to find somebody to give it to who can wear it. But then again, people, don't give something to somebody that you would want for yourself. So not because, just don't. Yeah? So give somebody something that you'd want to be given. And this is in fine print, but I have it there because I really feel obligated to give away something under the brand Digital Foundation. The first, this is easy. You guys are tech people. Everybody here is on social media, at least 80% of you. First person who can get 20 followers on the Digital Foundation page we'll just give you a Samsung Galaxy Tab. So when you can start now, you have until, what time this end? This ends in probably the next half an hour or so. I guess you guys can get 20 persons to follow the Digital Foundation Instagram page, and you win a Samsung Galaxy Tab. It's not a weak tablet, it's a real tablet. Figure it out, you're smart, you're an engineer. Screenshots work too. So yeah, after that short summary, where can engineering take you? In my honest answer, I would say anywhere. But to be specific to Digital Jamaica, I'm just listing a few roles that I know the persons who are occupying them or used to occupy these roles, they had an engineering degree. So we have product manager. I put financial controller there because the finance team actually wanted me to join their team. Right, nah, that's too boring for me. But if you guys are into accounting and managing the numbers, and I can explore that as well, because engineers tend to be good at numbers. If you don't pass engine math, that is. Project manager. And my director at the time, this man, he was so good. He was a very good director, and he helped me to grow professionally. And I really look up to him a lot. His name is Nicholas Shaman Singh. You guys can Google him, and you realize that this man is more than an engineer. He is actually a super science in AI, artificial intelligence. So he, again, is an example of where an engineering degree can take you. I think it was more along the lines of computer science engineering or something like that. But it's just to sell the story, make you guys believe that, hey, engineers don't have to be engineers. You can be a businessman too. You can be in a business role. But if you really want to do engineering, you can be a network engineer at Digital, solutions engineer, a vast engineer, or if you're ambitious enough, which I hope you guys all are, you can eventually become the chief technical officer And after the CTO, guess which role we have? Say it with confidence, no man. CEO? All right, cool. So yeah, you guys can range from product manager straight up to CTO or CEO with the engineering degree. So I want to give away the prizes now. I don't think I can give away the first tablet yet, but I have one other tablet. And this kind of fine still run. My thing won't work. But I'm going to try still. Anybody noticed a secret word on one of the PowerPoint? And you can't see it though. That's on my song on the front. My test something. Ms. Tugwell, can you see a secret word on this slide? Oh, them can't see it on the front, so I'm going to have to come up with a new way of giving it away. What does MES stand for? No one, raise your hand, stand up with confidence and let me hear it. You win something already, but I feel like you're confident, so I'm going to give it to you same way. Answer me. Yeah, we have more gifts, you know. But I tablet I really want, though. Who was first, guys? Him stand up with the most confidence still, and that is our trait I love in engineers. But who stood up first? I need to be fair. All right, he's still standing, so I'm going to make him answer. What's MES? What MES stand for? That's what, yeah, I'm right one. Let me test your theory still. What is the role of MES? All right. I'm looking for a specific word that starts with G. Not guide, G-O. Continue, G-O, not G-R. Yeah, your answer correct, but somebody here said it, but because he raised his hand, I'll give him the prize too. But who said it over here? Who? My identifier. So you all get the tablet. Cool? You all get a gift too. Who said govern in here? I'm so I'm not sure. Oh, okay, you default. I give you credit then. Anybody wants credit? Digital credit? Raise your hand. All right, keep an hand up if you want the credit. Yeah, I have some more prizes, probably 2 or so. I'll make Jachin give them away, because he's also a digital employee. My lab partner for years. Jachin. Yo.
All right, greetings, guys. Yes, so for wake you up now, you know. All right, so one question I want to ask is, say Mona Engineering Society, when was it founded? I know Tavar had mentioned it. I'm sure there's a clue. Anyone around the back? I feel like we have interacting people at the front. Anyone around the back? The young lady in the glasses? 2019, yeah, that's correct. So we definitely want to identify. And what's your name? What are you planning on studying? All right, sounds good. All the best. One quick thing though, guys. You see, we always want to emphasize that, you see, when we study together, trust me, you will be great. You will do well. Do not hesitate to get your friends and to get friends in a different faculty, different disciplines and so forth, because of, trust me, when it passes the whole journey in university, you will come across the same guys, the same people that you'll be working with in the future. So please, guys, do not stay in silos. Ensure that you are working together, because at the end of the day, engineers, you don't have engineers that work by themselves. They always work as teams. So please, guys, that's one thing. One more question to you is, with Digicel, we mentioned that there are a few positions that an engineering degree can direct you to. Which one of, give me at least 3 positions. Pokemon, shirt. Bus engineering, network engineering, software engineering. Congrats, that's correct. And that's on the technical side. I'm sure that the engineers also can transition into the SO side. Any, give me 3 positions. Any takers? A project manager, a CEO, and what else? And a financial officer. You sure he's a financial officer? We'll help you out, a financial controller. So, and by the way, what's your name? Roxanne, and you're studying? You're studying electronics. So guys, you see, we have a new student, electronics. Make sure you're friends with her. She seems to be very... Oh, No. We're in the first years, man. Any first years? Any take-outs first years? First year. You don't know? I'm the last one. Okay. CEO, project manager. One more, guys. And financial controller. All right, congrats. You also get a prize. And we will definitely speak to you off here. I think that's a wrap for our presentation. Thank you guys for listening. And guys, remember, work together. Trust me.
All right, guys. That's the loudest round of applause. I wonder if it's because tablets giving away. Is that the case? Okay. How many persons start getting followers already? Okay, you're on the ball. All right, no problem. We'll find out who wins at the end. All right, so let's go through the next presentation quickly, guys. We're going to hear from Miss Samuels. We're still under where engineering can take you, okay? So let's stop focusing on digital for a bit so you can hear where else you can go, all right? Miss Samuels? Round of applause, guys.
Oh, sorry. Hi, everyone. As you mentioned, I'm Samantha Samuels. Oh, I'm not using my mic. I was the first cohort of electrical power engineering. How many people are coming into electrical power right now? Electrical? No? Okay, not much. Back in my time, electrical was always the smallest group as well. Not sure why. Still the smallest, I guess. All right, so I don't have a PowerPoint, but I have this. So, all right. Tavar had a good presentation. He showed you guys all the sunshine and rainbows of engineering, but I'm about to get a little bit dark, you know, the harsh realities that some of us may or may not have faced and just refuse to talk about it. But, so, not all of us had the same journey. So for me, just to put it frankly, when I just graduated, I was depressed. And I can laugh about it now, but I mean, after going through all the traumatizing courses and the things that they said about engineering, you thought that everyone would just scoop you up quickly, have all the opportunities, be in demand, well paid. That is not true. It is so not true. Sorry for all your lecturers, but this is just the harsh realities that I think you guys really need to know. So, I think the last exam was in what, May? So a lot of my friends started getting jobs from June, July, still in the summer. I, on the other hand, as much as I applied, no one would respond. Didn't hear anything back. So I didn't expect getting a job to be that hard. So when I finally did, I think I started working in October, September, thereabout, so months after my friends. And I did not expect that. First job. And about electrical, when they tell you electrical, most people think JPS. And when you hear electronics, you probably think Digicel or Flow. If you hear civil, you probably think National Works Agency, Water Commission. So these are the big companies that they tell you. But a lot of these big companies don't want you. I'm sorry. It's just facts. Not that they don't want you, no. They just don't want you as a graduate. You're not very useful to them. And that's what I've come to realize. Engineering has great potential once you have experience. No one wants you as a little fetus. That's how they see you. You bring no value. They're going to have to teach you. So I was thinking, just like everybody else, electrical, JPS. Didn't get through to JPS. Where else? So surprisingly, a lot of you don't know, there's a lot of small private companies that do the same type of work. You can get the same great experience. And you just have to look. They're not obvious, even if you Google. Sometimes it's word of mouth, sometimes it's probably career and placement. But they're out there. So that's where I ended up, at a small private company. And I got my experience, but harsh realities, some managers or bosses are just horrible. They don't take the time to teach you. It's all about the money and politics, especially when it's a small company. You work by contracts. And if anybody knows how contractual work is, if you don't have contracts, the company doesn't get paid. The company isn't generating any money. So, yeah. I'm sorry if I'm depressing. But I just don't feel like everyone had the same journey. Because engineering is a rough field, especially as a female. And that's the other thing I wanted to address. As usual, there's always going to be less girls in the class. And I think it's still happening now. No? Okay, that's great. More females. But when you're actually working in an actual engineering role, engineering companies, you're probably going to be the only female, and which was always the case for me. I'm normally the only female engineer, or just female in general, at whichever company I was at. And some of the stereotypes are true about women in male-dominated spaces, meaning I wouldn't say you have to fight to prove yourself, because that's not always the case. But sometimes you do, especially when you're in management or supervisor roles. And imagine me, a little girl, to them, to these big men, and I'm the one who's in charge. It's more of an ego thing than anything else. And sometimes, as you know, men will be men. You guys may face sexual harassment, and that's just the harsh realities. And you just have to deal with it accordingly. Okay. Let's actually talk about what I've actually done. Okay. Okay, yeah, all right. So with electrical power, you have I've been in 3 different fields, 3 different roles. I did industrial automation. Some of you guys know that course. So like Tavares was saying, he wished he worked at Petrojan, being out in the field, wearing all the fire retardant, hard hat boots. I was that girl. I did not like it. It was hot, the sun. Personally, I don't like field work. So I would prefer to be like Tavares and be in the office, to be honest. But to each their own. So with roles like that, I worked at like Petrojam, Sherwin-Williams factories and plants, power plants, which was good experience. I enjoyed what I learned. The people, not so much. But coming from that, I also did solar for a while. Company I was at, we did solar installations for Flow at the cell sites. And that also involved project management, which is also a good thing that you guys should do. I did that course in that project management certificate. I all encourage you guys to get that because project managers are in demand everywhere, on every field, in every department. You don't even have to be an engineer to be a project manager, but it's good if you are. And yeah, so every role I've been in required some amount of project management, so it just made sense to get the certificate, and the end result of that is eventually become a PMP, which is a project management professional. Once you're a PMP, the sky is the limit. You can work anywhere in Jamaica, overseas. It's internationally accredited. And to be honest, guys, that's also where all the money is. So you should all probably aspire to have that along with the engineering. Where I'm at currently, as you can see, I jump roles a lot because I'm a firm believer in if a company is not serving me in the way I think it should, both financially, mentally, burnout, disrespect, I'm leaving. And you guys should probably all want that for yourself. So where I'm at now is another part of electrical that a lot of people don't know about. It's called Building Services, MEPF. That means mechanical, electrical, plumbing. So I would be the E. It's a consultancy services. Consultancy meaning all these developments that are happening, right? Whether commercial, plazas, all the new apartment buildings, townhouses that you see guys going up. So we all know that you have the civil, structural, architectural people who design these buildings, but then what happens? You need to breathe life into the building. So you need lights, plugs, ACs. You need plumbing, so that's what MEP is. It's to bring every building to life. So that's what I'm currently doing. So we are the consultants. We do all the electrical, mechanical, plumbing designs that every building needs. So for right now, as you can see in this room, if my company were the consultants for this lecture theater as it is right now, so every light that you see, the 2 ACs at the back, every outlet that you see here, projectors, anything that needs power, that's what I do. So I have to go a total walkthrough of all the building. Sometimes these are grand buildings, luxury, multiple units, and it's a lot of work, but it's a good feel, it's necessary, we'll never stop. And currently, as the person that I started out, I'm currently love what I'm doing, and I still have more that I have to learn. Still have more I want to achieve, but that's just the harsh realities, guys. You have to figure out what you want, figure out what you like, what you don't like, and just try to make the most of it. Because one thing I can tell you, getting the degree is one thing, actually going out there, getting a job, working, figuring out what you actually want for yourself. Because people like to ask this question, what's your 5-year plan, 10-year plan? Most of us don't know, and it's okay if you don't know. It genuinely is okay. You figure it out as time go by. But I also want to say you don't have to stick to engineering, as I think Tavar pointed out. Because sometimes, depending on where you work or your experiences, you might fall out of love with engineering, like completely hate it and think this is ridiculous, or you can make better use of your time somewhere else. Don't be afraid to drop this degree. I know you guys spent a lot of money and it was hard work to get it, but if it doesn't serve you, throw it aside. You don't need to use it. Figure out something else. This is your life. So, yeah, I'm sorry for depressing you guys, but this is my take. I hope you guys really appreciated it. But, yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, I'm done.
All right, thank you So you guys got an eye-opening view, right? Yes? So you guys got the good cop first, prizes, tablets, and a lot of bribery with bags, right? And then you got some of the harsh side of life. Both sides exist, guys. So to end up on either side, it really comes down to you, what you do with your life, what the choice is, all right? So the next person we're going to hear from is going to also give us an idea of where engineering can take you, and then we will go to UE online registration system. You get some information there, and then we'll finish off with navigating UE online. Take it away.
All right, good day, everyone. My name is Zoe Saunders. Yes, great, excellent. Sorry. So yes, where engineering can take you. So just a little bit of backstory for this. I figured everybody was gonna come up here today and primarily talk about the career journey, and I am gonna touch on that. That's very important. But I also wanted to help you guys to understand other aspects of how engineering is going to upgrade you as a person. But they did give me a 5-minute deadline, because apparently digital took all my time. So I'm putting 5 minutes on my watch, and let's go. Okay, so there are 3 points that I want to mention here: the mindset, the opportunities, and the connections. Whoop, sorry. So mindset, yes, this is a picture of me. You'll get to do this in workshop. So the 3 main points that I wanted to put forward today is that you should not be afraid to try new things and make mistakes. When I was fresh out of high school, and I came from Immaculate, so we were all like perfectionists. One of the things that was a big hurdle to get over was that you had to make mistakes. Like, you could do all of the theory work, look up all of the code, all of the schematics online, but you're still gonna mess things up, and it can be very frustrating. But once you accept that it's part of the process, the sky is the limit, honestly. Mistakes are the best learning experiences. I can tell you for a fact that with some of the things we had to do, especially with coding, you'll find that when you finally get over those mistakes, you almost never make them again. You end up double checking, making sure that that syntax error that threw off your whole code, you'll never do it again. Or in the case of like powering up a particular circuit, you make sure that you never leave the leads off of the power supply. I know I'm getting into stuff that you guys probably haven't started yet, but just trust me, this is a thing. And then oftentimes there's more than one solution to everything. That's also another thing that we kind of need to get out of coming out of high school. In high school, especially with people such as ourselves, I'm assuming, who have gone into engineering, we're very math-oriented. And typically with math, there's one solution. But sometimes in engineering, and a lot of times in engineering, there is not one solution. There are best practices for sure. Things that, like, once it's tried and true, everybody will use that method. But honestly, most of the time, you can basically get away with putting together something and making it work, and then just sticking with it. So yeah, so I'm just showing some pictures of some stuff that I've done. I have had my fair share of having to work out in the sun. This is actually my final year project. So what I was doing was I was actually drilling holes into the steel that we eventually set up as this antenna. And let me tell you, this plays a very important role in my journey. But yes, moving on to projects/hobbies and careers. So yes, anything is possible with engineering if you can put your mind to it. And that's mainly in terms of both practical solutions, but also in terms of, I guess, as you say, soul-side solutions. One of the good things about being an engineer, and kind of going back to the mindset thing again, is that once you realize that, you know, it's okay to make mistakes, sometimes there's more than one solution to everything, you're more likely to hear out people when there are many people in the room. And honestly, that can be really great for the teamwork that you are absolutely 100% going to have to do, no matter what, whether you're in school or out. It's always going to be a team thing. I'm sorry, you guys, group projects don't stop after school. But that's just the way it is. And then, in terms of the stuff that we get to do, and I just want to show you some fun stuff. That right there was a robot car that we made. Well, I made that one. But yeah, and it actually had like a little ultrasonic sensor that could detect objects. It's kind of traditional, but it was pretty cool at the time. Okay, I'm going to show you some people doing some stuff. So I know you can't hear it, but this individual has created a solar-powered vehicle. And I know it's kind of shaky, but as you can see, the vehicle is being powered by the sun. And we actually did make this here. So you're going to get to do cool stuff like that. Insert Electronics Club plug here. I was president of Electronics Club. I would like for that club to continue. Just saying, yes. Similarly here, this other gentleman is showing a vehicle that he has programmed to basically work through the use of a controller that is on his arm. So it's actually Bluetooth controlled, but he uses it to sync to, darn, the timer has gone off. Okay. Yeah. So it syncs to his arm, and using his arm, he can actually control both the claw and the movement of the device. So it's pretty cool, and it has some uses biomedically, but this is basically just like almost like a training model kind of. I wish these were clearer, because you might be able to recognize these people. But yeah, this last thing was basically just a drone that my boyfriend, who was also an electronics engineering student, made. And this is me accidentally almost breaking it, but it's cool, it was fine, it was robust. But yeah, the reason why I showed you guys those things was because I knew, especially after my digital peers spoke, that a lot of you are going to be thinking about, okay, I paid all of this money to do this degree. I need to make sure that I can land a really great job afterwards. But it's not only about that. There's a lot of things that you can build, a lot of things that you can end up producing as a result of being an engineer. I know people talk about all the time, oh, you can do your side hustle, you can do entrepreneurship. And yeah, there is that aspect of it too. But it's also about being able to use your degree to like have some sense of fulfillment as well. Like for instance, my house is full of smart switches now. And like everything is Alexa enabled. I have Alexa in my car. And the only reason why I was even aware enough to be able to do this stuff was because of engineering and just all of the things that we had learned as it related to Wi-Fi controlled and Bluetooth controlled devices. So, you know, the world is your oyster. It's not just about doing a degree and getting a career. But if you guys are interested in careers, yes, there are all these lovely places. My career journey has been, one summer, I got an internship at Digicel, the rite of passage. And at Digicel, I was in the GIS department. I didn't actually end up in one of the technical departments, but regardless. And I was very good, and I was very nice to my boss. This is relevant, I promise you. Later on, in that dreaded summer after engineering, placement and careers helped me get through to get an internship at Flow, which was also a pretty decent starting point and starting salary. Although I will admit that Flow is not like Digicel. There's a lot of old hats at Flow. Like a lot of the workplace culture that Sam mentioned very much exists there, but it is getting a little better now. They have some new blood coming in. So following that job, I kind of got frustrated during COVID-19 2020. That job was extremely stressful, I must tell you. I ended up putting on the open to work thing on LinkedIn, kind of just in hopes I'd get a job. And a recruiter actually messaged me, like a real one, not like an MLM person. And I talked to them, and two twos, I ended up getting a job interview over Teams, obviously, because it's still COVID. And guess who is on the job interview? No, the same boss from Digicel, from summer work. Yeah, man. Exactly. You guys take the summer work serious. Like, no joke. And this person, who was, of course, also coming from Digicel, had ended up working for a company in southern England and was thus aware of the local talent here. So I got hired, and now I work for a telecommunications company that is based in southern England, where I do fiber to the premises designs for persons in southern England. And yes, they do pay me in US dollars. So yes, the career part is definitely there. But please, you guys, connections, very important. So talk to your peers, even those in related disciplines. You're gonna talk to a lot of comp-sci people as well. And don't knock them, 'cause programming is also a big boon these days. You have no idea how far Python can take you, trust me. Join clubs, my electronics club plug, and do not be afraid to collaborate with people outside of your sphere. You see the two people that I posted up a while ago in my lovely little videos? One of them was Roshane Winter, who you may know as the head of FEMA, our lovely alumni association. And the other one was Ekini Wallenbrand, who is currently the CEO of Pre-Labs. And these are just people that, you know, I chose to collaborate with. So yeah, that's the end of my presentation.
All right, the round of applause got louder. You hear US dollars, right? There we go. Nice. All right, guys, so we're going to hear two more. I know a lot of persons are here based on my interaction. Persons are here to do biomed, right? Yes? Some of me hear some noise now? Who know how to biomed? Jesus. Is that right? And persons are here to do civil? Let me hear who is here to do civil. All right, so we're going to hear from civil first and then biomed after. All right, guys? So we're going to give 5 minutes. So we're going to time them 5 minutes, all right? All right, quickly.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. This is going to take 5 minutes or less because I have a meeting at 3. My name is Jardine Fraser. I am a civil engineering graduate. Yes, the same course that you all bashed a while ago. I don't appreciate it, but you'll see soon how interesting civil engineering is. Yeah, and I am currently employed as a project engineer at GDM Associates Limited. And I've been there for a year now. So, right, so roughly 4 years ago, I was in the same position as all of you. I was actually sitting right here. You see? Yes, you. Right here? Yeah. What's your name? Dijane. Okay, I wasn't actually sitting there. I think I was actually on this side, sitting closer to the front. But I was in the same position as all of you. And I didn't know what civil engineering really was. If you had asked me at the time, what do civil engineers do, I would have told you, build bridges, build buildings, and fix road. I didn't really know what civil engineers did, but I knew that I loved analyzing, I loved problem solving, and civil engineering fascinated me. And so I decided to take the journey of starting a bachelor's degree of civil engineering at the UniMono. So where can civil engineering take you? And specifically, where can a degree in civil engineering, wait, I said that a while ago. Anyways, where can engineering take you? And specifically, where can a degree in civil engineering take you? So as I said, I thought civil engineers only built bridges, roads, and houses. Wait, I mean buildings, not houses alone. But after completing a semester 2 at the university, I realized that civil engineering is way more than just roads, buildings, and bridges. As I have indicated here, it has a myriad of fields and specializations. And after doing a year at the faculty, I have realized, and I had an increased respect for civil engineers. So yes, civil engineers do in fact aid in the development of the infrastructure in the nation or globally, but it is broken down in many different fields and specializations. So you could do structural engineering. Ooh, this quality isn't really great, which would have included the bridges, the buildings. You could do geotechnical engineering, which would include site slope stabilization, so the people who want to live on the hill, you need a civil engineer to retain that soil so your house isn't falling down. And environmental engineering, I'm really big on environmental engineering. I really believe that we should meet the environment halfway. And civil engineering, which is what I mostly do, which incorporates the design of subdivisions, wastewater design, water supply, stormwater design. And of course, coastal engineering, the beautiful beaches. So the next time you're laying down on the hammock or on that seat, I don't remember what you call it, and you see the rocks and the water isn't reaching you where you're sitting. Remember, a coastal engineer under civil engineer did that. You have project management and construction. So I am also a project engineer, and we do manage the execution of projects. You have transportation engineering. So this is the design of roads and the road network, so you're not driving and feeling uncomfortable. Geology is another sector under civil engineering, which has to do with fault lines and rocks and all the cool stuff. Really, and I really find that cool still. And then you have water resource engineering. This is a picture of the Hermitage Dam. I don't know how many of you actually know the Hermitage Dam, but it is the dam, I think, where Kingston and St. Andrew get their water from. And there is actually a major problem as it pertains to water supply. Did you guys know that some persons don't get potable water? Did you know? No? Yeah? I didn't know until I did a degree in civil engineering. I didn't know. I thought everybody had water coming through the tap, but apparently not. And it's not a requirement by government to supply you to your house with water. So interesting thing is all of these fields or courses will be, all of these fields or specializations will be taught through the civil engineering program at the University of the West Indies, Mona. Yes, I learned all about those, and I had an appreciation for everyone, and you can have it too if you choose to do a degree in civil engineering. All right, so where really can engineering take you? It can take you into rooms with other engineering professionals. That picture up there is actually me and my friends. We went to a JIE. We went to a JIE conference, the AGM actually. And we got to meet many engineers. And actually one of the engineers did give me an internship the following year. So it gives you the opportunity to network, gives you the opportunity to network with people who are not actually civil engineers that you will collaborate on with different projects. And yeah, and that's, I think, a JIE, you know. So JIE is a really good club to join, guys. Really join that club, the Jamaica Institution of Engineers student chapter. You will be exposed to many great things, networking. And pleased to join ISTRUCT. As Zoe said, she was the president of IEEE Electronics. I was the president of ISTRUCT my last year. And it was really fun. I think it was fun. Hopefully, if anyone is here, they can vouch for me. No? Okay. It was fun. I tell you, it was fun. Engineering can take you all across Jamaica. So you have firms all across Jamaica that are looking for civil engineers. You have Hotel Sandals. You have many different companies all across Jamaica. But even if your company is located in Kingston, you have projects all across Jamaica. And as I tell you, I am on a project in St. Anne right now, a warehouse project, and may I run from rap back them in the warehouse. But it's pretty interesting. It's interesting, and civil engineering can take you all across Jamaica. If you don't travel the 14 parishes, you'll get the opportunity to do so. Civil engineering can take you all across the Caribbean. Currently, I have a friend who is actually an engineer in Dominica. So she was not confined to the borders of Jamaica. And last but not least, which is a big thing, civil engineering can take you to the bank. And I know everybody wants to be about their money. And as you can see, my money is degreed and legal. Not like the money that's being portrayed in society right now. We're not chopping the line. We are professionals. Yeah, so civil engineering can take you to the bank, and really and truly, it can actually take you to the bank because you can get a job in civil engineering. Well, not really as a civil engineer, but you can get a job as an engineer at a bank. That's it for my presentation. Wait, that's not it. That's not it. I have a quote. I came across this quote a couple of years ago by the great Eleanor Roosevelt, and it says, "The future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams." So I want you to hold this quote dear to your heart, because sometimes it gets a little difficult. It's not easy. Let me share a story, and I have to tell you my GPA a little after so I don't look too bad. In first semester, I did engineering mechanics, and it did rough. I thought I was doing well. I really did. And like we had, I think, 2 or 3 sessions for the week. And for the first session, you'd learn. And the second session, I think you do a quiz in the first hour. And your girl got, you can guess how much I got? 50? Woo, 45, that is, I got a 0 on the test. I got a 0 and I held my paper to my chest and I went up to the teacher and I was like, "Miss, all this work and I got 0. She said, "Yeah, it's not right." But I have to tell you my GPA now so I don't look too bad. I graduated with a 4 GPA, so it's not so bad. So yeah, whenever the times get rough and when you feel like quitting, because I felt like quitting, because I felt like engineering mechanics was a very important course for a civil engineer. I'm here and I'm a testament to it gets easier. You just have to put in the work. Never let anyone deter you from your dreams. If it's really what you want to do, remember you can do it. And this is the last slide. It's just a picture of me and my friends here at UWI. We went to Port Royal Street. We went to the JIE bridge competition. And I think we came last. I think we came second to last because the bridge never dry. It never dry good. I'm not telling a lie. Never dry good. But if it did dry, it would have come first. And I promise you, would have come first. But we came second to last. And it was fun. And then that's, oh my. All right, and that picture to the right over there is us in civil surveying class. What's it called again? Geomatics. And I enjoyed geomatics, I really did. But then going into the field and realizing a lot of bush out there, I could never be a surveyor because I'm not go up on the cliff and I'm not chop down a bush for survey. And the last picture is your very own faculty. The journey begins here, but it doesn't end here because as somebody once told me, engineers, they don't retire, they die. Thank you.
Woo! Well then, you guys okay? No? So you guys don't retire, you guys die. Osh. That's the most I can say. We have one last person here from where engineering can take us, and then we finish off the session, all right? And then at the end of the session, we'll find out who won the next tablet, right? And of course, we'll verify all of this. I'll let you guys know who won the tablet. And then you guys will get a tour of the faculty and other places on campus, all right? So, Biomed, you're here? Okay, let's go.
Hi, everyone. Okay, so my name is Katie Bihari. I graduated with a bachelor's in biomedical engineering. So I got to take a little break from work so I could add a little bit to my video presentation that will come afterwards. So speaking a little bit on my experience, I got to collaborate with the University of Pennsylvania with creating rehabilitation devices for persons at a rehab center locally. After graduating, I realized that biomedical engineering jobs are unfortunately limited, but they are needed, and they do exist. I reached out to a few places, like I took the initiative to actually send my resume and cover letter to everyone that I knew of, and I waited, and I waited, and I waited, and waited some more, and waited some more, and still nothing came back. So I started to reach out to my lecturers, and this goes back to something that was said earlier in the orientation. Try to create good relationships with your lecturers. That is a test. I can be a testament of that. All right? Create good relationship with your lecturers. So I reached out to a few of mine, asking, hey, miss, hey, sir, do you know anywhere I could apply to? Luckily, they had some job opportunities I could apply for. So I applied, and applied, and applied, and I waited, and I waited, and I waited. Luckily, of all the applications that I sent out, at least one took hold. This experience got me the opportunity to work as an electronics engineering intern, but focusing on repairing medical devices. This was at Monatech Engineering Services. Afterwards, I got another opportunity from Monatech to work as a junior instrument engineer. I worked in these positions for a while, and then another opportunity came my way, which is what I'm doing currently. I work as the chief biomedical engineer for University Hospital of the West Indies. While being in this position, I got the opportunity to now create opportunities for students. So this can be a testament for you as well. When you get an opportunity, try to see if you can create opportunities. So I just had a few biomedical engineering students who just finished working and got an internship experience from what I had to offer. And I'm going to leave a little bit of encouragement for you. Never give up. Even though you can apply and apply and apply, something will take hold. Always try to seek out opportunities in your area of interest. And now we can move into more opportunities in a video presentation that I made for you.
All right, thank you. So we're winding down, guys, we're winding down. So you guys would have heard from several different disciplines. How you guys feel now about the discipline that you have chosen? You guys okay with it? Oh, that's what's going on. Looks good. Let's see.
Good day, everyone. My name is Katie Bihari, and I graduated with a Bachelor's of Science degree in Biomedical Engineering from Mona. I currently work as the Chief Biomedical Engineer at the University Hospital of the West Indies. And I'm here today to speak to you on where can a degree in biomedical engineering take you? So firstly, what is biomedical engineering? Simply put, biomedical engineering is the application of principles and problem-solving techniques in engineering applied to biology and medicine. This has been noticeable throughout healthcare, from diagnosis and analysis on treatment and recovery that has entered the public's consciousness through breakouts or innovations, including implanting medical devices like pacemakers and artificial hips, to more high-tech technologies like stem cell engineering, robotics, and even 3D printing organs. Engineering is an innovative discipline in and of itself, and biomedical engineering focuses on these innovations that improve human health and healthcare at all levels. So what can you do with a degree in biomedical engineering? There is a diverse uptake of biomedical engineers worldwide, and as a result of their education, training, and skill set developed, you may choose the location and industry that best matches your preference and skills. And there's a wide variety of job opportunities to choose from. So some common biomedical engineering specialties include bioinstrumentation, which involves designing and developing tools and equipment that are used to diagnose and treat diseases. You have biomaterials, which includes designing and developing materials that are suitable for use within the human body. Biomechanics, which is designing and developing products that aid in the motion within the body. Cellular, tissue, and genetic engineering, which looks on a more cellular approach, which makes it easier to understand the progression of diseases and then develop ways to remedy them or even halt them before it's too late. Then you have clinical engineering, which is what I do, which involves the use of medical equipment and products in hospitals and healthcare facilities as it relates to their design, maintenance, and repair. You have medical imaging, which design and developing medical devices which allow healthcare professionals to see inside the human body. Orthopedic bioengineering, which is designing and developing products to deal with bones, tissues, bones, muscles, joints, and ligaments. Rehabilitation engineering, which is designing and developing prosthetics so that people can regain normal function in damaged body parts. And finally, systems physiology, which is applying engineering principles and tools, which is used to gain a more comprehensive understanding of how the human body functions. But the opportunities don't stop here. There are a handful of jobs that you could potentially hold with a biomedical engineering background. Some of these popular subfields in biomedical engineering includes like software and hardware engineering, innovation and design and development of medical equipment, research and development, equipment testing and field servicing, technical documentation, sales of medical equipment, hospital equipment selection and support, teaching, management, and even preparing you to do an undergrad study in medicine, dentistry, or even law. So this presentation is simple and pretty short and sweet. And that brings us to the end. I'd like to summarize by saying that biomedical engineering is an expanding field that is vital to the future of healthcare in our world. And after obtaining a biomedical engineering degree, you can choose the location, industry that best matches your preferences. And there's a wide variety of opportunities to choose from. And I sincerely appreciated your attention today.
Can you guys hear me? Cool. Get used to it. I'll see you guys Monday morning, 8 o'clock. There it is. So you guys going to hear about online registration now, right? I'm sure you guys would have been able to look at courses that you need to register for, and here you will get the guideline as to register for those courses, all right? So, round of applause, guys.
Good afternoon. I am Nicholas Williams, and I'm from the Registry Information Systems Unit. I'm going to give you an overview of our registration process. All right, so this year, the registry is rolling out a new interface in terms of online registration. And we call it Banner 9 registration because the previous version was Banner 8. It's really an upgrade. So what we're going to, these are the list of things that I'm going to go through today. So I'm going to go through the Banner 9 registration, the process and the requirements, also what is available in the Banner 9 registration. I'm going to touch on some points to note, also where you can find guidelines and support. And at the end, if you have questions, we can take those. All right, Banner 9 registration. As I said before, it's really an upgrade from version 8 to version 9. And this is the first phase of the rollout. So we're starting with student registration, and there might be some additional functionality in the future. And Banner 9 registration is an interface with a new look. All right, so registration has not changed, really. It's just a new interface, and I'm going to go through the registration steps on the slide that's coming after this one. Bear in mind that there are deadlines that exist, and you need to adhere to them. We're going to talk about that further on in the presentation as well. I implore you to register early and avoid any late penalties. Yes, there are late penalties if you register after a certain time. So get your registration done early. When registering, we also ask that you select all components of a course when registering, because there are courses that have only one component, there are others that have multiple. So bear in mind that you need to take that into consideration. Also, courses are offered for different campuses, so you need to register for the courses that are scheduled for your campus. I assume everyone here is a Mona student, so you should look for the Mona section when you're registering for a course and not the WJC or any other campus. But if you are WJC, look for the WJC section. When registering for a course, there are some restrictions on some courses that you may need to request an override to get into the course. Overrides are action by the faculty, and it's not guaranteed, so overrides can be declined. So you need to, after requesting an override, you need to stay on top of that to make sure that it's either approved or declined, and you know where to go after that. Also, we want to point out that registration for a course is also registration for the exam, right? So sometimes at the end of the semester, when it comes around the exam period, students rush into our offices and I have an exam at 9 a.m. and I'm not registered. So you can't just attend classes all semester not knowing that you're not registered and expect to attend the exam. You have to make sure that the course is on your registration way before exam, because that's a very uncomfortable position to be in on the day of the exam at 8:30 and the exam is at 9 and you're not registered, right? Students can get very flustered in those situations. All right, so registration steps. The first thing that you have to do is obtain information. You have to go to your orientation, your faculty orientation, which this is an orientation, so that you can get the information needed before you can go ahead and register. There are some online guidelines that my office has put out there for your use in guiding you in the registration process. After you have obtained your information, the second step is academic counseling. So you need to know which courses to register for. You can't just go onto the system and choose any course. So you need counseling from your academic body, which in this case is your faculty or your department, So get that counseling, know what courses to choose, and then you can go ahead and register. Courses are selected online. It's an online registration system. Everything is done online, and as I said before, you may need to request overrides if necessary. So make sure that those are done properly whenever you do those. When you request overrides, you need to check that they're approved. Check, because as I said before, you don't want to reach exam day and you're not registered for the course. That's not a good position. And after you've done that, you've registered for your courses, the last step is payments of fees. You have to pay your fees. There are different payment methods. You can pay online or you can pay at the designated location, namely the bank or at the cashier in the bursary. Financial clearance, it's obtained electronically when your fees are paid to your account. So you need to follow up on that as well. Whenever you pay your fees, make sure that you obtain financial clearance on the system, because you can pay your fees and something go left and you don't obtain financial clearance on the system, because that's what the system looks at also to admit you to the exam. I see someone raising their hand at the back. I'll take questions at the end. Okay, what's available in Banner 9 registration? When you click on the Banner 9 registration link, when you log into your SAS portal and you click on that link that says Banner 9 registration, it will take you to this landing page. There are 4 different links on this landing page. There's a prepare for registration link, there's the view registration information, the browse classes, and the most important one is the register for classes link. And I'll just take you through a brief demonstration of all 4. All right, the first one is the prepare for registration link. That's the first link there. When you go to the prepare for registration link, you should see a page looking like this. If you, on the left, you'll see 3 lines with a green circle with a check mark inside of it. That's pretty much telling you how prepared you are to register and if there are any issues affecting your registration. If any one of these lines don't have a green circle and it has a red circle with an X, there's something wrong and you need to get that checked out. And you can just contact anyone in my office, which is RIS, to get on top of that. Below those 3 lines, there's a line that speaks to time ticket, and what a time ticket really is the period between which a student is eligible to register. So there are some dates there. This presentation is not that clear, so you might not see it very properly. So there are some dates between that we set in the system that allows students to register. Below that, you may see also information on the override. So if you have selected or attempted to select courses and you have requested any overrides, here is where you can check if the override was approved or denied. It actually tells you there if the override was approved or denied. So get used to this page. To the right of the page, it gives you information about your primary curriculum as a student. Anyone that is logged into the system and reach this page, it will give you information specific to you as a student. It will tell you the level you're at, which is like an undergrad or your campus, your college. College really means faculty there. It will tell you your program, your major, and the department that you're in, and also the dates, the term that you were admitted to the university. The second link that I'm going to go through is the browse classes link. So this link is here pretty much for you to just browse the classes, to do your investigation, to look at the courses that are already scheduled so that you can plan ahead for your registration. You cannot select courses from this browse classes page. You can only browse. And this is available even before registration is open to students. So you can go on this page, look at the classes that are available, and plan your registration ahead, right? And the search results, it will give you information about the course code, the title, so on and so forth, meeting times, the lecturer, that kind of stuff. Okay, so the next page is the third page is the view registration information page. All right, so if you come to this page and you have not registered yet, you will see this page showing up blank with no data. But once you have selected courses, you will see all the courses that you have registered in this table. There's like a split screen at the top. You'll see the courses in a table that you have registered for. You also see the status, and it will say registered. Down below that is like a timetable grid, and it will give you a visual representation of your timetable, the days and the time, and so on and so forth. Also from this page, there's a functionality where you see that red notation. There's an icon there that looks like an envelope. You can click on it and you can email your schedule to yourself. So you just put in your email address, put in the subject, and it emails your schedule to yourself, right? Okay, so the last and the most important page is the Register for Classes page. When you come to this page, you will observe 3 tabs, right? The first tab is the Find Classes, the second, Enter CRNs, and the third, Schedule and Options. So for the Find Classes tab, it pretty much gives you the option to put in some information in a wizard. You put in the subject code, the subject number, and the campus, and it gives you a result page with all the requirements that you put into your search criteria, and you can select by clicking the Add button that is beside each section of the course. There's also another way to add courses using the second tab, which is the Enter CRN tab. And what a CRN is a course registration number or a course reference number, and that's a unique identifier for each section that we put onto the system. So for instance, if an engineering course has a lecture and a tutorial and a lab, each section of that course has a unique identifier. Each section has their own CRNs. So you can pretty much go to that link. If you already know the CRN, if you have been on the Browse Classes page and you already investigated and know what courses you need to take, and you have noted the CRNs, you can just come to this page, to this tab, and enter the CRNs, and submit, and you're registered. The last, the third tab is the Schedule and Options tab, and that gives you the same information that the View registration page would give you, tell you all the courses that you're registered for, and so on and so forth. It also gives you the calendar grid as well. What is different about Banana registration? The look and the feel. It looks different. The login page looks different. The course add-drop page looks different, but the functionality remains the same. There's nothing that changed in the functionality. The navigation is a little different, so that can get a little bit getting used to. Also, you can register using mobile devices like a phone or a tablet, but the navigation is a little different than when you do it on a desktop. Just take a note of your question, and I'll take them at the end. So we don't recommend you use the mobile device anyway, but you can do it. It's a little bit more involved. All right, some points to note. All right, so on the class search results page, you may need to zoom in and out to see all the information because there are so many columns that is in the table, it can't be represented adequately on the screen, so you might want to zoom in and out by pressing Control plus, Control minus, that sort of thing. There's also a single page integration for the scheduled classes page, and what I mean by this is that you can see the search results, you can see your summary, and you can see the timetable grid all in one page. And there's a way to toggle between all of them as well. As I said about the mobile device earlier, it is a slightly different type of navigation from the desktop version, so take note of that. And any modern browsers is supported. You can use Chrome, Firefox, Edge, Safari. We do not recommend that you use Internet Explorer. That's not recommended. As a matter of fact, I think Internet Explorer is no longer supported by Microsoft. All right, some available resources. There are, as I said earlier, there are some video guides that we put out, and you can find these video guides when you go to the SAS, the Student Administration System landing page. Before you click on the Enter Secure Area link, there are some 3 video guides there for your use as a student, and it gives you information about how to add course, how to request overrides, that kind of stuff. Also, in addition to the video guides, once you log into the system, and before you go to the Banner 9 landing page, you will see some quick guides under the link that you would click to go to the Banner 9 landing page, and those 3 quick guides as well will tell you about Banner 9 registration overrides and the type of errors that you can get when you're attempting to register. We have been hosting some online user awareness workshop sessions for students. That started in July. We did the last one yesterday. So yeah, if you were in any one of those, you're pretty up to speed with the information. We also have the Registration Assistance Center that's in the Assembly Hall, where they're every day up until sometime in September, where we start at 9 in the morning and it goes up until 6 p.m. So if you have any issues at all registering, you can always visit the Registration Assistance Center for us to assist you. Don't try to figure it out all on your own. All right, so there's also, as I said, there's support available. That's our email there. If you're at home and you're having issues, you just give us a quick email to course.selection@uemona.edu.jm, outlining the issues that you're having, and we're pretty responsive with mails that come to that address. That's also our office straight line number. It's 876-970-4472. So that might be information that you want to take down as well. There's also support from the MITS Help Desk. MITS is the Mona Information Technology Services. And for those of you who's trying to log into the system and you're not getting in, your password may need to be reset. So you can always contact the MITS Help Desk. Those are their numbers. They also have a WhatsApp line, so you can take that down as well. Okay, registration dates. Registration opened for us it opened on the 25th of July, and it goes up until the 17th of September. Those are the normal registration dates. Anything after that, if you try to register after the 17th of September, you will have to pay a penalty, and that's what I spoke about earlier. Yes, you have to pay some money to register after the 17th. So get your registration done very early. Oh, and that was for semester 1s. And semester 2 registration, it is open now, and it goes up until January of 2023. So while semester 1 registration will cut off in September. Semester 2 registration will go all the way up to January of 2023. We don't have any information yet about the late registration penalties, so those are to be announced. All right, so that is the end of my presentation. I will now take questions. Yes, go ahead. All right, so that's a financial question. I'm not equipped to answer that question. You can speak to the bursary. There's a rep right now in the assembly hall. She's on the stage. So if you go into the assembly hall and go on the platform, you can speak to her and she'll give you all the information you need about financing. I'll take this question and then I'll take you. No, you get charged per semester. Yeah. Okay, yeah, we have seen that error. I think that error happens, you remember? I can't remember why it happens now, but it's something that we can fix. So if it's happening to you, you just contact our office and we'll sort it out for you. Mm-hmm. All right, so let me go back to that slide. All right, so those are the 3 ticks that you spoke of. The line that is below it, this line here, it's not there for you? And you're a new student? Returning. There's something happening on your record that is preventing you from having a time ticket, so you need to come see us and we'll sort it out. Yeah. Any other questions? No questions? Okay, great. So I'm done.
All right. Good. All right. Turn this down. Thanks. Level. Yeah. All right. So thanks, RIS, to answer a couple of questions for you guys. But just to point out again, or just to highlight, there's registration assistance going on by the assembly hall, right? So you can get assistance. There are only 2 halls on campus, Taylor Hall and Assembly Hall, right? Okay. Where is the computer lab? It's going on to them? All right, guys. So the last person, we're winding down, guys. I'm not going to debate with Herbin. Anyways, so I'm not debating, guys. We're just going to do the last presentation. Cool. All right. So the last presentation, guys, how to navigate this whole online thing, where you access your classes and all of those stuff will be done by Mr. Anderson. All right, but don't leave after the presentation, we still have to give away this tablet, right? And we have some other stuff to give away. Also, MES would like to interact with the new students coming in, okay? All right, guys.
All right. Good afternoon again, everyone. All right, so I know you have been in here for quite some time, and I know you all want to leave, right? All right, but guess what? I won't keep you for too long. I mean, what I'm about to share with you now is going to be very important throughout your 3 years that you're going to be here. I'm sure that you all need to know how you access your course materials, right? I mean, you register, but where do you access your course materials, right? All right, so we'll be discussing that, and just to give you information on some other online systems and resources that will be useful for you throughout your time here. Oh, by the way, I'm Stefan Anderson. All right, so learning environment. So at UE here, we have the OUR, which is our virtual learning environment. And we have, in engineering, we have the ENG Valley. So as you can see, ENG Valley is where you're going to be accessing all your engineering-related courses or course materials, while on OUR Valley, you may access non-engineering courses that you'll be doing. So, for instance, you'll be doing foundation courses, or you'll be doing some elective like in SOSI. You'll be able to access that on OUR Valley. Now, let's talk a bit about ENG Valley. Now, you can access ENG Valley via the website, which is engvalley.com. And you can also access it in the mobile applications that are available in the App Store and the iOS, the Google Play Store and the App Store, iOS App Store, right? So you can install apps and you can set it up. All that is required for you is to enter the URL. And once you have entered it, it will load and you just log in with your credentials. So engvalley.com, that's the URL. As it relates to passwords, so unlike OUR Valley, right, where your passwords expire after a while, you have to reset your password. With ENG Valley, whatever password that you have set, that will be the password throughout the timeline. If you happen to forget your password, you can do a password reset, which is available on the website as well. Once you've reset your password, you can use your ID number as the username, and you can use your email address to do a password reset. Once you have reset, it will send an email to your email address with the reset link. It's important to note that your account is linked to your UII student email address, which I'll speak with in a bit. Now, you're able to communicate on ENGVL as well with your lecturers. You have the ability to message your lecturers if you have concerns, whatever it is, as well as you will get notifications, emails about course material, assignments, etc. Especially if you use the app, you'll get push notifications on course materials being posted. You will get reminders as it relates to due dates for like assignments that are given. You can also use the mobile app to do pretty much everything that you can do online. And the mobile app comes with a bit more of a benefit. It allows you to download course materials, and you can use those course materials while you're offline. So you don't need an internet connection once you have downloaded them. Now, as I mentioned before, some online resources that are useful to you. Now, ENG Valley, as I mentioned earlier, the faculty's website. It's important to get familiar with the faculty's website, mona.ue.edu/engineering. You can find information such as your student handbook, your undergraduate student handbook that was mentioned earlier. You can find a link to that on the engineering's website. Specifically, it's at the bottom, in the footer area of the website, under academic resources, or something like that, sorry. You'll find it, student handbook, timetables, etc., and critical information about programs, etc., and structure. Components. So, for persons doing electronics engineering, biomedical engineering, electrical power engineering, you will find that you do a lab or two every single academic year. And to do those labs, you're going to be required to use like components such as resistors, etc., right? There's engineering stores that you can source those components from. We normally inform students that once they have purchased these components up front, if you wish to return them at the end of use and return them in good condition, of course, we're able to reimburse you guys for these. I mean, before, we normally would provide students with these components free. They wouldn't have to pay, but we find that students tend to destroy them. So when they go to lab, they break them, they burn them, etc. You know, so we decide that, you know what, we'll just allow you to pay for them and you can return them and we reimburse it, if you wish. But you find out a lot of students tend to keep them because they tend to build projects and they want to keep those projects. You have the special projects portal. Well, that's for the Capstone Project. So for students going, well, for final year students, you'll get the opportunity to select your final year project from the projects portal. Normally it's first come, first serve. So what normally happens, all the projects are posted there at some point, and the opening time is usually like early morning, like say 2 a.m. And students tend to have to wait, you know, until that time to select. You know, you have to go there. It's first come, first serve, because some projects, one student alone can select it. You have to select another one. So you may be there viewing on the portal which project you may want to do, and then it's so happens that by the time you get there, somebody select the project. So, yeah. But that's for final year. And then you have, campus email accounts. No, I want to outline how you can access emails, because it's important for you to check your campus email accounts. The campus on a whole tends to communicates with students only through the campus email. I know in the past, some students tend to ignore using their campus emails. I mean, you'll get all communications from UE in that email. You don't want to ignore and overlook critical stuff. So you want to always check your email. And you can access that by going to office.com. Once you go to office.com, you realize that you just need to enter your UWI student email, and you put in your credential, and you get in. And once you're in, you're able to access the email through Outlook, and you can use the other Microsoft products like Office, etc. online, and you also have access to Office as well as a student here. And UE Online Systems. So if you search on Google for UE Online Systems, it will take you to an online systems page that UE has. It pretty much provides access to all the critical online systems that you'll be interacting with. So for instance, you have the representative from RIS that was here. You can access SAS from there, the bus system, payment system, all those crucial systems will be there. And it will be under a label called student systems. So they're all systems relating to students. So you can type UE online systems and you'll bring up that page. Now, engineering equipment, we normally have engineering equipment for students doing all the programs generally, but mostly for civil students. So you have, I know some of the past years mentioned field activities and so forth. We tend to have equipment in the store for students to facilitate these field and the labs and so forth. You can access that from the admin building. Normally, lecturers would communicate with you guys and instruct you on how you go about accessing these equipment that we have. Student laptop. So I know that at some point, new students that have been told that you will get a laptop, right? Once you are enrolled in one of the programs, right? Yes, we do have laptops for students. So you can, we'll be communicating with you within the next week or two, instructing you as to how you go about accessing these laptops. Generally, what we tend to do, we tend to prepare like a pickup schedule, and we normally communicate with students, instructing you as to when you can come to the office and pick up your laptop. And laptops are normally issued to students who are financially cleared. So it's important to pay your fees, because that's the only way you can get that laptop. The library representative spoke about their system, or the portal that is accessible. We have a link to that on ENGVLE, as well as the ASA librarian system. It's accessible on ENGVLE as well. You'll see it. Now, we normally provide some engineering software on our lab computers, as well as students are able to access them on their personal devices, like your personal laptop. Some of these are AutoCAD. So AutoCAD is available generally to students. So once you go to the AutoCAD, the Autodesk website, you're able to access AutoCAD and AutoCAD-related products without having to pay. We can provide assistance in getting you set up with that. LabVIEW, we have LabVIEW, and again, all these software are accessible on all our lab computers. But as I mentioned, for some of them, you're able to add them and install them on your personal device. So LabVIEW is one of them. We have LabVIEW student install option for those. So LabVIEW is generally used by biomed, electronics, electrical power. But don't think about it too much now. Your lecturers normally advise you as to which software you would need for whichever course that you're doing, and they will provide you with instruction as to how you access these. Some of them are accessible through ANG Valley. You have a question at the back? Sure. All right, so I didn't quite hear everything that you were asking, but I hear parts. So I heard about the quality of the laptop. Yeah, it's the quality. All right, so generally we normally spec these laptops with MITS before we acquire them. So we ensure to look at all the software that you guys be using, look at the minimum requirements and so forth, and to ensure that the laptops are able to run these software. So yes, the laptops can do exactly what you're expected to do in the labs and so forth. All right, so MATLAB is accessible to all students, both on personal device and as devices as well as on the lab computers. Microsoft Office, as I outlined earlier, free to all the students. Multisim is accessible on lab computers. You get access to it on your personal devices as well. Proteus, not all students, I think mainly electronics and biomed students are something else, sorry, but you'll be advised. But Proteus is accessible to some extent on your personal devices, but they're all accessible on lab computers in case you need to use them. SAFE as well. SAFE and ETABS are mainly for civil engineering students. These are generally accessible on lab computers. Now, we have some channels in which you can communicate with the faculty in case they need any support. So we have a live chat option or / a ticketing system. So if no one is online, you will create a ticket and somebody will reach out back to you on whatever you're querying about. So you can access the faculty live chat option on the website, as well as there's a link on ENG Valley to get live chat support. We also have a WhatsApp telephone number there. That's 577-721-33. ENG Valley support. So for any queries relating to ENG Valley, you can send a message to the ENG Valley administrator on the platform. So if you search in the messages, you can search through contacts. You'll see ENG Valley administrator. You can just send a message, and you'll get a response within 24 hours. So ENG Valley support is there. Or you can email learning@engvalley.com. Email is, you can email the faculty as well with queries to engineering.request@umona.edu.jm, and we have a general faculty email address that you can email us on, which is engineering@umona.edu.jm. There are two main faculty lines, 927-1640, and we have 977-3991. And if you have any IT-related issues, you can email either myself, Stefan, Anderson@umona.edu.jm, or you can email Toyang Ferdinand, that's toyang.ferdinand@uwimona.edu.jm for any IT-related issues that you may happen to have. And of course, for updates on the latest in the faculty, you can go on our social media pages, and I'm asking you all now to just go and follow us. We're on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, etc. And for any other information on programs, etc., as I outlined earlier, you can visit the faculty's website. And I think that's it. See, it wasn't long. Any questions? Yeah. Oh, question around the back. All right, so as it relates to payment plans, generally in the past, what I'm accustomed to is that one student sign up on like a payment plan, the system normally indicates that you're financially cleared because you're taken care of. You have a payment plan structure in place. So yes, you're financially cleared. Any other question? Yeah, sure. No, laptop. Yeah. All right. So before we started issuing laptops to students, what we normally have in the past is that we normally issue tablets to students. And with the tablets, we normally provide e-books on the tablets. But what would have happened in the past, that we tend to have some difficulties at times with some of these vendors. So what we have decided to do is that, you know what, we're going to give students laptops instead. And we see that laptop would be probably be more beneficial as well, since they can install the software that they need and so forth. So we discontinue that. So students no longer get tablets nor get e-books. So we replace that totally with laptops. Hence we're having laptops. Yeah, you again, sure. All right, yeah. So, my bad, I should have mentioned. So guys, so I know some of you started registering already for your courses, but I know some of you also are a bit confused as to what to register for or how to register. So we're having a session after this in the Engineering Computer Lab. We will be providing some further guidance on what the RIS rep would have, presented on in terms of registration. And so throughout the remainder of this week, we're providing the information that is important for you to get registered, and we're allowing all students to register properly and for the correct courses. Now, once that is done, by Friday, all students will be getting emails as it relates to access, or how they access course contents or course materials. As it is now, I know some of you new students may not have access, but by Friday, you will be getting an email with instructions as to how to access. And as I say, if you have issues, guys, remember you can email any of us. You can reach out to the channels that I just outlined. We're here to assist. Yeah, you're first. All right, around the back. All right, so part-time, I can't really speak much to that because I'm not aware of engineering having any part-time degree, to be honest. I know that we have only full-time programs, right, Dean? 9 credits? Oh, well, yeah, she's saying that you have part-time. Part-time. Oh. So what was the question again as it relates to that? All right. Well, generally what I know is that some courses tend to have prerequisites. And so I don't necessarily think it's aligned to full-time or part-time, but you'd need, so a final year course, clearly if you're in first year, I don't think that you'd be able to probably do like a final year course, given that it more likely would be requiring a second year course as a prerequisite. So these are some of the factors that would really bar you, and not necessarily being a part-time, based off my knowledge, right? Yeah, I think that's it. Oh, yes. All right, so the Deputy Dean is just reminding me just to mention the email address again. So as I outlined in the presentation, we'll only communicate with you guys through your UWI student email. So we won't be communicating with you through the personal email address. So, oh, yeah, it's just reminding me. Oh, yeah, so he was just reminding me as well that in case some of you may forget to check your student email, you can probably set up like email forwarding to forward it to your personal email account. You can't? Can you? Oh, you can't? Oh, you can't. So check your student email. Yeah, check your student email at all times, because that's where the faculty will be communicating with you and the campus at large. That's it? Any other question, guys? Oh, yeah, they're at the back. All right, so I guess I don't have any other questions. Oh, yeah. Sorry, say that again? Oh, when will you get the student email? All right, so I'm assuming that at this point, most of you would have received some form of communication from UE as it relates to ID number, etc. Generally, I know you'd get communicate, right? Meets at the back. He's asking about email, student email. How do they know their student email? You should get some form of communication, right? To their personal emails, right? Yeah. Okay. All right. So he's saying that once you start registering for your courses and so forth, you will be able to activate and access your student email. But I know they would have been communicating to you using whichever personal email that you have been using with you from the beginning. I think that's where you'll be getting all the communication as it relates to ID number, email. Sorry? You haven't been getting? All right. He has? Oh, you has been getting? Yo, he has been. Okay, all right, great. All right, so you should be good. All right.
All right, so with the question regarding part-time, in general, first year, you're supposed to be full-time. If you want to be part-time, you generally will also need to make a request to switch to part-time, and then that will be approved on a case-by-case basis. And that's one. And then two, in terms of registration, I want to emphasize that when you're looking at your courses, you need to check to ensure that if the course has a lab or tutorial, that you register for all sections of that course. So you're not just registering for the lecture, you have to register for the tutorial and the lab as well. If you don't do that, then I cannot grant you your overrides. Okay, I'll get an error on my end, and then you won't have your class to be able to sit. And so I just wanted to add that.
All right, so I think that's it. All right, so if you have any other questions, guys, you can just save them until the next session, where we'll be going through the registration. So if you have any issues with registering, any questions, any concern, any issues, you can just come over to the registration center in the engineering computer lab that is right next door there. All right, thank you.
Whew. All right, guys, so it was a very informative day, right? So I hope you guys took good notes as to the important system. Some people are on the edge of their seats. I doubt it's because of school. I think it's because of who got the tablet. I'm not sure. But yeah, guys, just sort out registration and everything. As I said, the support is at Assembly Hall, and we also have the support in the computer lab to help you to register and navigate the other online systems. Any other questions, you can always send to the faculty email, or you can just speak to a lecturer. We're all available. All right? Sounds good? Nice. Ready to go home? All right, you guys can go. Oh, you see that? Nobody wants to leave because tablets has to be given away. All right, then, guys, so let's give away the tablets quickly. Mr. Brown, could you come to the front, please? You know, set up my life. Hold on. So all the persons who would have met the minimum requirement of 20 followers, can I see your hands quickly? All right, 1, 2. All right, so could you make your way to the front quickly? Quickly, guys, make your way to the front. Tum, 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 tum. You have Jeopardy theme song you can play for us in the meantime? No? YouTube? No? Maybe? All right. All right. All right. May the best winner win. All right. Who are you? Joshua. Yeah. How many followers did you get?
Approximately 35.
Approximately 35. How do we know that you got 35?
So what I did was, when they sent it, I just moved them to a different folder under the name Digicel. That means I won't have a repetition in the phone itself.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right.
Each picture can be determined by the battery percentage.
Okay. Nice. So he has 35 followers, guys. Let's see the other. What's your name?
Jason.
So it's Jason. How many followers did you get?
36.
36. Woo! 36, one more than him, so he kicks you out of the race. So good. Oh. Okay. All right, next. Madam, you coming? Come talk to me. So he has 36, so he's leading so far?
If I remember correctly, the instructions did say the first person to find you with 20 followers would get it.
Yeah,
Yeah, the first person to present it to you. So when we come to you with the 20 readers. So I stopped after getting 21 because I came to you. You know, so you stay bad.
All right. Thank you for participating. You know, a valiant effort. So the last person, guys, let's find out how many followers she got. What's her name?
I'm Sydney representing Irving Hall. Yeah. I have 66.
All right. So 66 followers in a couple minutes. Cool. MES, you need a PRO? No? Yes? You need some help on the social media team? You can. So Mr. Brown will present you with the tablet. Of course, we have prize for second and third place, so they're here. You know? All right, so Mr. Brown presenting the tablet. All right, quickly. All right, guys. Also, remember that you have meeting with your heads of programs tomorrow and Friday. So you just go to the respective session, all right? I'll see everybody for math next week, Tuesday at 9 a.m. in this lecture theater. And if you have a thumbs down for math, you automatically fail. Of course, level 1 math.